today our agenda will be completing the yesterday's ADF. Okay, we'll be doing another activity. I'll try to finish it as soon as possible. Okay, it's already 9:35. Yeah. So, and next we'll be moving on to machine learning. Okay, so most of you are familiar with machine learning concept. So how can we utilize the Azure resources for this machine learning activities, performing tasks and all? So there are many options available. So we'll be exploring some of them. So that is the main agenda of today. So I have Natashan with me. So you must be, some of you must be knowing him. He's my colleague. So Natashan will be handling the machine learning parts today. So once we finish the idea, I will be handing over the session to Natashan. Okay. So yeah, I'll share my screen. So yeah, let's directly jump on to the activity because doubts and all we yesterday we cleared in the afternoon session. I hope so. So yesterday what we had done, I'll just revise once. We dive into ADF in detail. Okay. So zoom it. Yeah. So we got a very nice expert session yesterday. Then after that, we also have done a hands-on session on ADF. So the activity we have performed is OP activity from blob storage to blob storage. And I hope that some of you have tried to SQL also, because yesterday night also, today morning also, I saw many SQL servers were being created. So I appreciate your efforts and curiosity in that manner. So let's go and see what we are going to do today. Okay, I'll just copy this because these steps are going to be same. Okay, so today we are going to perform another activity on ADF. It's called a join activity. Join activity. So the initial steps are same. Okay, so we have to create a storage account. Okay, create a storage account, and we have to create two containers, one source and sink. And this time we're going to upload two CSV files to the source container. So what is the specialty of two CSV files? They will be having a common column. Okay. So you know that if you want to merge two files, if you want to join two files, then we need a common column. Okay, it's like very similar to how we do the performing the join in the SQL, the same idea. Yes, you can do join without a common column also. As we know, cross join is the Cartesian product we said, but it doesn't really make any sense. Okay, it won't be able to. You won't be able to follow. Okay, what is the exact output? That is why I'm telling you can choose any two CSV files. Okay, with a sample data in it, which is having a common column. Like common column can be the student number, or registration number, or employee number, serial number, anything. Okay, so you can create one two, or if you want, I can also share you two CSV files. Okay. So next, after this is done, okay, we'll be creating the Azure Data Factory and launching it. Okay. So the activity steps are very similar. I will guide you through it. Yeah. So let's first go and create a storage account. So I hope all of you are familiar with the storage account now. You can see storage account is here, or you can search for storage account. Okay, I can already see somebody has created. So thank you, ma'am, for using FTP10. Okay, keep using this FTP10 only. So let's create a storage account quickly. Okay, so sometimes what I see, yeah, always check the resource group. Okay, always check the resource group that you're choosing FTP10. I see that some people are creating here new resource group. It is not needed. I don't know whether you're unaware about it or what. So whenever you're creating, you have an option to create a resource group. That is optional. Okay, you can choose existing resource group. Okay, so don't create any other resource groups. Why I'm telling it might get deleted, okay, in the real time. So that in between the half of the activity, you might get the resource unavailable. So I don't want that to happen to you. So please go with FTP type. Okay. Then storage account name, give my name. Value storage. So next performance, as we both know, is standard. And we have to choose with LRS, locally redundant storage. So that's it. Okay, I think I should change my region because yeah, by default it usually comes in East only. So try to use diverse region. Okay, choose other regions. So we know that absolutely we don't have to make any changes here, right? We all the settings have explained to you yesterday. So by usually we don't make any changes here. So everything, okay, everything by default only will go. So in that case, what you can do, you can just directly, after once you fill the basic details, you can directly go for review here. Okay, so once you directly go for review, so all these steps are skipping, you're directly jumping into review. So there you can see the default settings. If you're not satisfied with this default setting, then you can go back and change at any point of time. So you can jump back to any tab and you can change. So the basic idea, fill the basics, directly go for review, just verify it once and create. So we are going with the default setting. So you can save a lot of time in this. Yeah, so I'll create. So let the deployment happen. Meanwhile, I'll just share you that CSV files. One second. Yeah, so I have kept two CSV files with a common column. Can show you the files also. I'm sharing. If you want to use this, feel free to use this. Or if you want to create one sample yourself, you can use it, not a problem. This is a very simple sample data. Show you this. So this is what we are going to upload into our source container. So this is a simple address table. Just zoom and show you the panel. Yeah. This is the address table. It has three columns. Any doubts? So EID, address, and mobile number. Ma'am, kindly please move. And we have another table. Another table, EMP. So EMP is like EID, ename, E department. So the common column here is EID. Here, address also have EID. You can see 1, 2, 3. Okay, these are the common values. Okay, but yeah, 1, 2, 3 are the common values. So common values is there or not? You'll see that, but yeah, common column is there. So the criteria to upload the files in that storage account is having common columns. Okay. Yeah. And even the common column name, no need to be necessarily same. Okay. So when you perform SQL joins also, we know that we can use on clause also, using clause also. So when we're using on clause, it's not mandatorily to have same column name. Only thing, the column should be same. The column name no need to be same. So what data column contain, it should be same. Okay, one place it could be E number, one place it could be EID, one place it could be registration number, one place it could be student registration number. So it is not an issue. Okay, yeah. So go to see my deployment is complete. Go to storage. Okay, so what is the next step? Creating the container. So go to the container. Okay, so I'm creating container, source container. Here I'm going to upload both my files. Okay, so I'll create one more and sync. Okay, yeah. You can use any terminology, input, output, anything you can use, no problem. So this is the common terminology in the Azure data setup. Okay, source, go to source. We have to upload our files, both the files here. Okay, so you can drag and drop the files or browse the files. I already have it open here. CSV. I'll just drag and drop. So you can see two files selected: address.csv, emp.csv. Yeah. So yesterday we used Excel file, and I also told you you can use CSV also. Both can be used. So here one point to be noted. Here also you can use Excel file, but this today's activities output will be always in CSV. Okay. So that's why I am going with CSV here. If you want to use here Excel also, you can use, not an issue. But by default, the output will always come in CSV. Okay. Okay. Once again, I'll explain it when we are doing it. So upload it. Yeah. I'm going on a moderate speed, hoping that all are familiar with this process. Any issues, you can stop me and ask. So sync is empty. We are all good. Okay. So what is the next step? We have to create Azure Data Factory and launch the studio. So please go create your Azure Data Factory. Okay. So I'll keep this folder here open. So you can see already Data Factory is there. Open it. I can see already 1, 2, 3 has created Data Factory. Ma'am, please stick to our default resource group. Don't use any other resource group, please. Yeah. I'm creating my Data Factory here. Okay. FTP10. So name is Elvin's Factory. Okay. So here also we are not making any changes. Okay, absolutely no changes. Compatibility, it is a simple configuration. So once you fill these details, okay, I'll change my region. So once you're done with this, you can directly go for review and create. So once you created a storage account to contain a source and sync, in the source you uploaded both the CSV files which having a common column. Now you're creating a data factory and you are going to create. We will create it. I hope everything till here is clear. So that was quick. My deployment is completed. I'll go to resource. Okay, so you can see status is succeeded. Okay, all these things are fine. I can go and launch my studio. So just like I explained yesterday, see this is the big entity inside loading in a different tab
No,
itself.
Kelvin,
With
sorry for
yes,
interrupting. There is a request
yeah.
in the chat box to repeat the source and sync. Uh,
So where to upload CSV? Okay, yeah. Okay. So source and sync, it's same like yesterday, man. Thank you, Natashan, from bringing it to my attention. If anybody have any doubt, please unmute and talk because I'm not checking the chat box. So I'll repeat it, no problem. Yeah, so it's nothing new in your storage account. Okay, same idea what we have created. Go to your storage account, go to container. I request all of you to mute if you don't have anything to ask. Kindly mute yourself. So containers, go to containers, and you can just create two containers, sync and source. So where do you upload the CSV file? Definitely in the source, right? That is from where we are going to take our. That is from where we are going to take our data. So source, we have to upload both the files. This is going to be our input. Okay, so today's activity, we are going to join these two files with the help of our ADF, right? So this is where you have to upload. So I have shared these two files in the chat. You can use these files, or you can use any files, only one criteria, they should have a common column. That's it. Okay, if I go back, there is another container, sync. Okay, you know, sync is the destination or output container. So this is going to be where my output is going to generate. Like I will get a file which contain both the content. Okay, join content. That's it. I hope it's clear for you. Okay, got it. It's just a name that is given to your container. Uh, okay. This is yeah, okay. Got it. So any other issues you can ask in the chat. Okay, Natashan is also there for helping your queries. Yeah. So source and sync, just like I said, it's a convention, not necessarily to give anything. You can give any name. So what is basically container? It's just a folder for structuring, for arranging your files inside the storage account. That's it. Nothing. It's not a big deal. It has nothing else. It's just a container. Yeah. So can anybody tell me? Okay, this is my interface. So once you create a data factory, I hope all of you have created your data factory. So what is the first step? What should I do first? So to do any activity in the yes, ma'am. Ma'am. Okay. So to do any activity in the data factory, the first step will be always creating LS. What is LS?
List the files.
Didn't get it actually. So first step is always creating LS. Create LS to your blob storage, to your storage account. So what is LS? LS is linked service, which is nothing but a connection to any external entity from your Azure Data Factory. Okay, so you have to create a linked service. So which option we use to create linked service? Same steps like yesterday. You have to go to manage and you have to create linked service. So what is in this menu, you can see Other, Monitor, Manage. Okay, we expand this menu. You can see Home, Other, Monitor, Manage. So go to Manage. You have to create a new link service. It's same only. Okay, only the next step. Okay, after creating link service, after creating data set, then what we do next, that is the only difference in this today's activity. Okay, so link service create as usual. So first step, it will tell you to choose the data source. I'll go to Azure, which is blob storage. So why I'm choosing this? Because my files are in blob storage, right? My files are in blob storage inside my container in my storage account. Continue. So you can name it as anything. You can link to source. Okay. And you scroll down. Azure subscription, pay as you go, storage account. Yeah, I can see so many are there. So I can see that you are doing with me. I'm glad that many of you already created storage account. See, all the storage account in my subscription is coming here. From this, I have to choose my storage account. Helvin Storage 009. That's it. Then I have to click create. So go to your Azure Data Factory, go to manage. Yeah, we need to connect our storage account to our Azure Data Factory with the help of link service.
May I please interrupt, Helvit?
Yes, sir.
Sir, actually, storage account name, when I selected that, it get me an error while
Okay,
creating a
what?
link service. Cannot get
Okay.
storage account key.
Cannot get storage account key. Can you
It's all in
once?
red. Yeah.
Yeah. You are choosing. You didn't choose this one, no. You choose connection string only, right?
Yes,
This first
connection
option only,
string,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just open a new tab and just go and see your storage account. Is it there or not, or it is anything happened to it? Just verify once.
Storage
If
account,
not,
yes.
just reload once. Okay, open in a new tab.
Okay, sir, I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
reload once and make sure it is there. If it is there,
Okay, sir.
what you can
Yeah,
do?
it is there. Mohit, yeah, it's there.
If what you can do, just try to create a link service again.
Okay, sir. Oh, thank you.
It could be due to a two reasons are there. One, something happened to our storage account. It is not existing anymore. Second thing, there could be a communication issue between this screen. The screen means your ADF screen and your storage account. So every time when I choose a storage account, there will be like a key retrieving here, loading key. Okay, so that should happen internally automatically. It should happen. So if at all you don't have the authorization to access it or some other issue, you'll get a key error. It's like an access key, nothing else.
Thank you so much. Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So just create the link service. Successfully created. I can see in the notification. Fine. So what is the next step? Can anybody tell me the next step? Once I created the link service, what is the next step? So in any activity, it is very common. Okay, link service, creating
Go
link
to
service.
author. Go to
Yeah,
author
go to
and
author.
then
Yeah. So author only. Yeah. But so what is the next step?
Hello.
Once we create, yeah, data set. Yes.
Hello,
We have to create. Yes, ma'am.
sir.
We have to
While I
create.
am creating the hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Tell me.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
While I
ma'am,
am
you are
creating the
audible.
link service in subscription, it keep on saying loading, sir.
Okay. Subscription, it's keep on saying loading. It shouldn't happen like that.
Yes, sir.
This could be because many are accessing simultaneously, but yeah, before more than this also have been accessed. It shouldn't be a problem. Okay, just reload the page once, enter that manage page. No, just reload the entire browser window.
That
Then
means
try once
I
again.
have to refresh the page.
Yes. Refresh the page once and try. And make
Okay,
sure
okay.
your account.
It can be due to the internet connection.
Okay. Then you can check.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
it might not, the page, no, the dashboard might not have loaded completely. That's why it's not able to make a
Okay,
connection.
okay. Okay, sir.
So next step is
Excuse
data.
me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, one help. In this linked service, which database we upload, sir? You said my name, link to my name.
A link service name, anything, ma'am. You can go with default name also, no
Anything.
problem. Anything. All these are for identification. See, after 1 week or 1 month, when you come and check this, you should understand what is the
No,
purpose.
sir, if I'm naming something, means I'm not getting my storage link. Source or
name
sync.
I didn't get it. You're asking about name of the link service, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
You can give anything, no issue, ma'am. You will
Sir,
get
if
it.
okay, sir. Next step in author, I'm not getting my source and sync container, sir. That container.
Okay, let's see. Once let's
Okay.
see, ma'am. So go to author. Okay, next step is creating data set.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to
Yes, ma'am.
interrupt you. Sir, can you please repeat your process from linking the files or sources
Yes, ma'am. Linked
from
service.
manage to link?
Linked service, nothing is the same thing what we done. Manage, new. Okay. You have
Okay.
to take the blob storage. Continue. Okay. You can automatically name will come. If you want to name it, you can name it. Optional, not a problem. Then you just choose this subscription and storage account. That's it.
Okay, fine.
Nothing else. Yeah. So other data sets. Okay, new data set. Actually, the same step. Okay, more or like similar step I shared yesterday also in the chat. You can check that. Yeah. So Azure, a blob storage. Continue. So this time it is going to ask you the format. Okay, so this is for the data set. Okay, what is the type of data you're going to fetch from your storage account, your blob storage? So you know that we have used CSV file. So we are going to use CSV here. Okay, continue. Okay, so now there is a difference here. Yesterday we had only one data set, right? That is for source and one for sync. So this time we are going to create totally 3 data set. Okay, so one data set for that EMP table. Okay, so I'll say here EMP data set. Okay, I'm naming it EMP data set. So linked service, I'm clicking link to source. Okay, now I have to browse that EMP file here. Okay, I have to browse the EMP file. Okay, so go to source and I'm taking the EMP file. Okay, so what happened? I'll just update here. Yeah, so creating data set. This time we are going to create 2 for source, 2 for source and 1 for sync. 2 for source means what is that? 1 for EMP, 1 for address. In each file you have to create a data set. 1 for sync, that is your output. It is going to be your output file. Create data set, 3 data sets, 2 for source and 1 for sync. Go to author and new data set. So this I'm creating the first data set, EMP data set. I'm choosing my link service. Okay, I'm browsing my file here from this folder icon. Okay. First row header, I told you it will be by default enabled for CSV files. So to keep it like that only. So the first entry, the first row will be taken, considered as a header. Whenever we are performing operation, it will decide, okay, whether we should exclude the first row or not based on this first row header option. Okay, so only the records will be matched, right? The first row will be excluded. It will be considered as the header. So click OK. Yeah. So we have created EMP dataset. So I'm repeating the process. Okay, same process for the address dataset also. The same process I'm repeating for the address dataset. Okay, click here, new dataset. Okay, we know blob storage, Azure blob storage. Continue. What is the type of data? CSV, delimited text.
Good morning.
Select.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
yes. So yes, I have seen that there are 3 girls giving the feedback, which I have taken it from the folder also, cloud folder. But it is very general. People are saying like I have attended. Thanks for the opportunity. But I want a little more detailed feedback saying like I have attended. I learned Power BI very practically. So little more
Ashwadan, are you
detailed
talking
feedback
to us?
I want.
Ashwadan?
Yes, I spoke to him also yesterday. He also told me like, sir, I have already given the feedback. So I went to that folder, I checked that. So now I have also sent a message to the.
Kelvin, I've muted. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, so we're talking that delimited text. Yeah. So here also I'll name it. See, if you don't rename it, no, later you will only get confused what is what. That's why we are renaming it. Okay, address dataset. Okay, so link service, link to source. So now this time I'm going to browse to my address CSV. Okay, so I'll browse it, go to source, address CSV. Okay, so till this, all the steps are same. Only difference, yesterday we had only 2 dataset. Today we are having 3 dataset. Okay, 2 for source and 1 for sync. Okay, why 2 for source? Because there are 2 files. If you are going to join 3 files, then you will be using 3 dataset, right? So for each file, 1 dataset. That is simple as you can remember like that. Okay, the dataset is what? Nothing but an individual block of data. You click OK. You can see 2 datasets are created here. So now I need one for my sync. Okay, only one is needed because both are joining. These 2 are joining, and I'm getting one single output. So I create new dataset. Okay. Azure. Okay, so this is what I was telling you. Even if at all you are using this input file as Excel. Okay, input files, 2 files are Excel. So that time you must have choose here Excel, right? That is fine. Okay, you can use input as Excel, but this data set you're creating for sync should be delimited text. Okay, it's important that data set you're creating for sync should be delimited text, because the today's activity we are going to do is something called data flow. Okay, data flow always going to give output in the CSV format by default. Okay, so the sync output always should be delimited, even though you are using Excel file in the input. That's okay, no issue. But output you cannot choose Excel because data flow don't convert it into Excel. Okay, so I'll add here. So basically this is also I'm choosing a delimited here. I'll add in the point also there. Okay, so this is sync dataset. Okay, so where do you browse it? Okay, linked service. So you know that there is no file to browse, right? So I'll be browsing that folder, sync folder. Yesterday also same only. Okay, sync folder, I will browse. Click OK. Okay, sync dataset. So this is the 3rd dataset. So I'll note here. Okay. So today's join activity, we are going to do something called data flow component in ADF. Okay. So note that in data flow activity, the output will always generated in CSV. Therefore, sync dataset should be always in CSV. Okay, so it don't think like, okay, my input is both a CSV, that's why I'm choosing the output CSV. No, this is like you have to choose CSV only. Okay, if anybody have tried with Excel, you can try with Excel. You will get you won't able to perform this activity. You will stuck in between if you do that. Okay, so you have to have the sync type as delimiter. Okay, so now, okay, once this is done, okay, I'll create this also. Yeah, so you can see 1, 2, 3 data set. So yesterday, after creating link service, after creating data set, we directly jumped into a pipeline. But today we won't do that. So that is a difference in the process. Okay, today, the third step is going to be, we're going to create a data flow. Create data flow. So yesterday we didn't do this. So today we are going to create a data flow in the third step. So after creating the 3 data sets, we are going to create a data flow. So where do we create a data flow? You can see here below the data sets. Okay. The pipeline we haven't created. Okay, data set is created. Okay. Below the data set, you can see data flow. So if you open it, okay, nothing is there. So click the 3 dots, new data flow.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Tell me, ma'am.
Hello. Sir, now only I got the subscription, sir. Actually, I have created 2 files, sir. Both should be placed under source, yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Both should be placed
Actually,
under source.
first I have chosen one file, sir, emp.csv.
Okay, for ma'am, I would say if
Actually,
you got
the
some,
imports, for
yeah,
import schema, shall I have to choose from connection store, sir, for import schema?
ma'am, just now you got subscription, I understand, but it's not literally possible to repeat all the steps, right? So, because others will feel like it's a repetition. So I would
Sir, I have
suggest you.
created two linked sources, sir. For under sync, I have to place EMP and address both.
Source
sir.
we are no, ma'am. Source we are placing both. Ma'am, do one thing. Just go in the chat. Yesterday you can see the steps. Just follow the steps, or just to observe what we are doing today. And if you have doubts, you can join the afternoon. I will let you know from the scratch. Don't worry.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
And also recording is available. You can see that.
Okay, sir.
Yes, definitely you can do that, because we have to finish it and we have to start machine learning today. So yeah.
Okay, sir.
So yeah. So data flow, you can create a new data flow here. Okay, that also you can name. Okay, you can name here. Like I will join. This is we are going to actually perform a join activity here. So data flow it can be of any of type. I will show you. There are many options available. So for now, I'll give it as a join flow. Okay, join flow. Okay, just for understanding. Okay, it's always good to keep convention. Okay, so now you can see when I click the new data flow, you can see here there is an editor coming here. Okay, there you can see a block. Okay, rectangular block, dashed block. You see this one. So what you have to do, just click on this. You just click on that. Okay, so as a block is added. Okay, blue color block is added. Source one, and also you got a settings below. Okay. So people say sometimes, sir, I am not able to see the settings. If you want to see the settings, you have to click on it. Okay, click on it, then you see the settings. Okay. So what you have to do, okay, there's a one mandatory field here. Okay, you have to choose the data set. So I'll choose here EMP dataset. Okay, so source one is EMP. So better I can name it as EMP only. Employee data. Okay, my source one is employee data. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't give this one spaces. Yeah. So I given employee data. So you can see that one source in this flow activity is employee data. So where do we choose it? Go down. You can see the data set. Okay, so yesterday the data sets we directly used in the pipeline. Here we are using the data set in the data flow. So that's the only difference. You don't make any changes, nothing. Okay, don't have to just choose the data set. That's it. Okay, once you successfully do it, the next time when you repeat this activity, you can go explore this option. As of now, you stick to this because we're already running out of time. So next, we are choosing the another source. Okay, click here. Okay, so one more source is added. So one more source is added. So that is going to be my address data. That is going to be my address data. Okay. So here I have to choose the address data set. Okay. So do till this. Tell me if you have any doubts. Okay, so data flow, we created two sources. Okay, one is employee. So you can see column, three total column. Okay, three total column, like that you can see. So what we are going to do once we two sources are ready, okay, we have to perform an activity between them. Okay, so once you're done with this, you can tell you can have a zoom in option, zoom out option here only for this editor screen. So on top, you can see publish 4. Okay, that means we have made 4 changes so far. What are the 4 changes? 1, 2, 3, and fourth one we are doing is this data flow. So add two sources, click on that, go to settings, choose the data set. Okay. Then yeah. So once it is done, okay, what you have to do, go to this diagram. Okay, so basically what is the data flow means? We know flow chart, right? So like that, this is a graphical representation of what action we are going to do with the data. How we are going to control the flow of the data, whether you're going to merge the flow, whether you're going to do some operation on it. Okay, so pipeline have very limited customization options. So what we do, we'll keep everything ready here and we will be pushing this structure, the design to the pipeline and executing. Okay, so designing part, okay, the flow design part we are doing here. Okay, so you see this plus icon, you can see a plus icon here. See this plus icon, click this plus icon. Okay, so once you click the plus icon, you'll get a pop-up screen like this. Okay, you'll get a drop-down screen like this. So you can see there are many options are there. Okay, join option, okay, union option, lookup option, splitting option. Okay, split is just opposite of your join, and so many things are there. Formatting, parsing. Okay, so many items are there. So we are going to choose the join operation. Join. Okay, we choose the join. So you can see the join is connected with only the first block. Okay, only the first block join is connected. So we need to connect this also, right? We have to connect this block also to the join. Okay, so basically both data set will come to join, it will merge together. Okay, so how do we do that? We have to configure it. Click on the join, click on the join. You can see the automatic name is there. So what here? Automatic name is there. You can change the name or you can keep it as it is. If you come here, see here, left stream, right stream. Okay, so left stream automatically employee data is chosen. Right stream, drop down and choose address data. So now you see the connection is established. Okay, the connection is established. So this to join, we need to push two set of data. Okay, two sources needed for this join. Yeah, so we have choose the left and right streams. Okay, so it's not done yet, right? So I'm taking these two sources, I am joining it. Okay, so how the join should work? Okay, so after this left and right stream, if you come down, okay, now you can see the type of join. Okay, full outer join, inner join, left join, right join. So I'm not explaining these things. I know that you know. Okay, full records will come in the both table in full outer join. and only matching records will come in inner join. So we are going with inner join. You can see also we have cross join. So even though there is no common column, you can join with the help of cross join. So we will go with inner join only. We know that 80% of the time joins will be inner join most of the times. Okay. So come down. Okay. So this is important. Join condition. Okay, it's a mandatory field. Join condition. So here we have to tell that which column we should use for join. Okay, employee data's column equal to address data column. So which column should I match for this inner join? So here we have to choose EID. Here we have to choose EID. That means go check in the both data set, both source, go for EID column, and wherever there is a match for EID, return that particular record. Okay, join that particular row. That is the idea. Okay, are we on the same page? All of you have done this. So only this is the new thing we are discussing today. This data flow, how to use it. See, once you understand this idea, you feel free to explore it. You can do many complicated operations, customized operations, and all. It no need to be like this 3 block. It can be 5 block. In a real life scenario, it can be a big complex diagram. So you know that flow charts of these big programs and all, it will be very complex to look to see. So like that, here also based on the activity, it can be multiple. For after this join, if you want to do some other operation, union operation, you can do that. Okay, you know that join happens in a horizontal manner. Union is like a vertical manner. You need to have same column names and stuff. So you can try that also. So many options are there. Okay, so for just to understand the process, I'm going with a simple operation. Two sources join. So now join is configured. Okay, any block if you click, you'll get the corresponding settings. Okay, so join if I click, corresponding setting. So make sure the join is showing you the number of columns as 6. Okay, the number of columns is showing as 6. Okay, so that means it is taking both three columns from here and it's going to join. Okay. My column names are same, right? Column names are same. It should be fine. Okay, let's see the output now. So next is click this plus button here. Okay, click this plus button here. Okay, so now we need to take the output into our sync, right? So for that, if you scroll down, last you can see destination, destination sync, the destination sync. Okay. So once it is done, yeah, you can see that join actually taking 6 columns, and once it comes to the destination, it is converting into 5 columns. Why? Because EID is having common name. So you know in SQL joins also same rule only. If the column names are same, it will won't repeat it. It will keep 1 column. Okay, common column will be only showed once. Okay. Yeah. So here also you have to configure. Click this. What you have to configure this thing, you can say like output, okay, or anything. Then you have to choose here data set. So we have created one data set for sync also, right? So sync data set. Okay, so once you click outside, you can see that it's perfect. Okay, so I'll just close it. Yeah, so you can see that data flow a little better. Yeah, so that's it's a very simple data flow. We are doing a join activity.
Kelvin, can you click that icon that's below that zoom in? That one square icon is there, right?
You want to make it full screen?
Yes, I think it will so that people can see.
It's but it will.
No, I thought it will take to full screen. Okay, fine.
It will just fit the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Isn't it visible notation? Like they can read it now, right? You can read it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So why the zooming option and all is there? Like if it's a big diagram, each individual area you have to zoom and see what is happening there. So here it is very much understandable. 2 sources coming to join operation, and we are getting a output. The output is connected to our sync dataset. So you can read here, import data from EMP dataset, import data from address dataset. Okay, inner join on employee data and address data, and export to sync dataset. Okay, so the sync dataset always should be CSV. So this is a specialty of the join operation. Okay, join operation always push it into CSV format. So once it is done, you know what is the drill. Okay, we have to go create a pipeline and just execute it. That's it. And go see your output. Happy, happy. That's it. So we'll go to your pipeline. Okay. So we'll create a new pipeline. Okay, if anybody having an issue, you can ask me definitely. So which activity should we use here? Okay, so yesterday we used move and transform. So today also we are going to use move and transform only. Okay, so if anybody is coming slow, I'll just add data flow, two source, one join block, one output block. This is what you have to configure in the data flow. Okay, next step, we're going to our pipeline. The same thing, move and transform. Category of operation. Under that, you have to choose data flow. Yesterday we chose copy activity. Here we are choosing data flow. Okay. So go to this move and transform. Data flow. Drag and drop it here. So you can name it. Okay, pipeline also you can name it. Data flow also you can name it. So I can pipeline. I'll name it like my. Okay, I will give Helvin pipeline. Okay, or you can name it anything now. So data flow, I'll give join flow. Okay, or EMP join flow is something because employee data we are doing, right? So once you add it here in the pipeline, okay, you have to go to the settings and you have to choose the data flow. So we already created a data flow here, right? So we have to choose the join flow. So here we already created a data flow, join flow. So this we are choosing here, join flow. Where we are choosing in this data flow, drag and drop it to pipeline, click on it and choose it here. I told you what is pipeline. It's nothing but a logical block of processes which is working for a common goal. Okay, like a unit of processes. So there can be sequential process also. There can be parallel process also in a pipeline. It's not like one pipeline, one activity. No, multiple activities can be done. Okay, so here we are doing only one activity, that is a data flow. So if you want to experiment, you can also did a copy also simultaneously with this pipeline. Okay, that will also work. You do that. Yeah. So yeah, so everything is good so far. We created link service, data sets, and this data flow created and pipeline created. Can anybody tell me what is the next step? What will be the next step? I thought all of you must be very familiar with the ADF by the time. Can anybody tell me what is the next step?
Machine learning.
No, ma'am. I'm not asking about next session. I'm asking about this activity is not completed. We want to see the output. So what is the next step in this activity? I'm asking.
Sir, debugging or triggering?
Yes. So debug, you can directly debug. That's absolutely correct. Thank you, ma'am. So before debugging,
Kelvin?
I told you. Yes.
Kelvin, what about that parameters?
We don't have to do anything. No, nothing. It will just show you that mandatory field, but you don't have to configure anything. No issue.
Okay, fine.
So just click on this publish all. Okay, I told you it's a good practice to first publish it. Publish is like validation also happens with publishing. All the 5 changes we are done: pipeline, data sets, data flow, everything. To just make sure it is working. Okay, everything is correct. Okay, so while we publish, the changes will be mandatory. Okay, these changes will be integrating to your ADF. So all these 5 independent things we have done, it will be now validating and publishing. Once you publish, you can either go with debug or trigger now. Okay, I told you debug. If you're debugging, publish is not mandatory, but yeah, it's a good practice. You publish first, validate, and you can debug it. Okay, so before debugging, I'll go to my sync and I'll show you the sync. Okay, I'll just reload and see. See, there is nothing in my sync. Okay, so once my activity is completed, you will see output here. Okay, so I'll go to my, yeah, so I'm going to debug here. Click OK. Yeah, so it might take a little more time than what you got yesterday. Okay, yeah, always make sure your debug is running. Okay, see, yesterday I told you if the debug is running, you will see here a screen. Okay, but you can see, okay, there's no screen is coming here. Okay, there is no monitoring coming here. Just see what is happening. Okay, so getting the cluster ready. Okay, the debugging is not started yet actually. Okay, so it is
About
just
the data flow settings.
sorry, sorry, sir.
So can you repeat about the data flow settings once?
Data for setting. Yes, yes, sir. I'll just finish this and I'll repeat it.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So yeah, so if you see the debugging is not started yet. Okay, first when you click the debugging, it is getting the cluster ready. Okay, that means it is doing that background work for debug. Okay, so now, okay, debugging is not started. Okay, make sure your debug starts. Okay, so you have to do again debug. Okay, so I will click again debug. Okay. Yeah, so now you can see in progress, pipeline status in progress. So make sure you see this. Okay, when you're debugging, first time when you debug, since it is a data flow activity, it might have to do some arrangements before debugging. So the cluster it will make ready. Then the second time, if you click debug only, actually it will start. So this you should make sure this you are getting. Okay, or you can trigger also. No issue. So whatever it is, you should be able to see this progress here. Okay, or in the notification also, you should be able to see that the debug is going on. Okay, see, you can see that debug is working here in progress. Yeah, so let it work. Okay, once it completes, you'll see this. Then I'll again, somebody was asking about data flow. I'll show it again. No problem. It will take some time. It won't be fast as yesterday's copy activity because it is doing something. And if your data set is bigger, it will take more time also. Yeah. So data flow. Okay, I think we can use this time for that. Yeah. So let the pipeline debug happens. So data flow settings, nothing is there, sir. Two sources. Okay, two sources. Each source, you have to choose the data set here. Okay, you have to choose the data set here. Okay, mandatory field. So first source I'm choosing EMP dataset. Second source I'm choosing address dataset. Okay.
Sir, only final step, sir. Only final step of output.
Output is just click plus here, sir. Add plus. And just choose the output dataset. That's it. After join, just add this. If you click this plus button, you will see that scroll down. Last, you will see destination sync option. The sync option you will see. Then you can do it. Yeah, you can see my data flow.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So you can see that. Yeah, so it's still in progress. I think cluster got ready now only. Okay. It's still in progress. You can just refresh. It's still in progress. Okay, let's see how much time to take. Okay, if anybody has got output, you can take a screenshot and share. Or also you can, if you are waiting for output, what you can do, you can take this data flow screenshot. Okay, this screenshot you can take and share in the chat box. So I'm looking forward for your active participation. So let's see how many have actually done this activity today. Okay, I'll just show you the output and we'll wind up. So if anybody got output, yes, ma'am.
So could you show us the pipeline?
This is my. There is nothing,
the changes you have made in pipeline after you started with pipeline.
Nothing, only the data flow. Nothing else I changed. Only I just configure. I dragged and dropped the data flow, and I choose my data flow. That's it. Nothing else I changed.
Then you have to publish it. That.
Yeah, publish and debug. That's it.
While publishing, the parameter is not mentioned as the error which I'm getting.
Publishing there is nothing to mention here, so it won't give any error. Data flow is itself is self-explaining. This block we are importing from here, no. So there we have done every setting. In the pipeline, no need to give any parameter. This one, it's not an issue. Don't worry about it. You don't have to mention any parameter. Yeah, publish should work.
Okay, I'll try again. Thank you, sir.
I don't know why it is taking so much time. Let's see. Yeah, succeeded. Okay. The pipeline status is succeeded. You can see here succeeded. So I will go to my folder, sync folder, and I'll refresh once. So you will get two files there. One is a status file, and second is the output file. Okay, so this is called flag file. Okay, you can see I'll zoom in. Success. Okay, if your activity was failure, you will get a failure file here. Okay, underscore success. Okay, this is a special file created. It's called flag file. It will telling you whether your activity is success or not. And this part 000, this one is your output file. This is going to be your output file. So how to see this output? Right click, view or edit. Okay, yeah. Click on preview. You can see the join is happening. So the inputs were this one. Okay, like EMP department. This was one table. I mean one CSV file, and address mobile number was in a different CSV file. So the join happened based on the EID. You see, look our files. Okay, this was our first file, and this was our second file. Okay, so common values were 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Since it's inner join, it is joined this with this. Okay, the matching columns are joined. It took this data and it is joined here. Okay, so that is what happened. It took this data and joined here. Okay, so that is what I'm getting at my output here. Right, so only matching. So if you imagine if I was doing a left join, all the records from left will come and matching records from right will come. If I was doing a right join, all the records from right will come and matching records from left will come. So like that, depends on the join you specified in your data flow, you'll get the output. Okay, yeah. So if anybody got an output like this, okay, like part one, this like this, okay, it will take some time. So you can take a screenshot of that and share in the chat box. Or if you're still running, it's okay, no issue. You can take a photo of your data flow and share in the chat box. So I can understand that, okay, you have done this activity. I can see that, okay, pipeline running status is there. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Arulmoyi, ma'am, thank you. Yeah, I can see here. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, those who missed steps, I suggest you to follow the recording, or I will do one thing. I'll just write down the steps in detail and share you. No issue. Because now I have to hand over this session to Nateshan. because ADF we were supposed to finish it yesterday, but due to time constraint we extended to today. I took like 1 hour almost. Yeah. So yeah, so what we are going to do, we'll explore some other things. Okay, ADF we have seen 2 activities today. So we are going to explore the machine learning concepts and how we can utilize Azure for the machine learning. Okay. So any doubts regarding this activity, please keep it for the afternoon. I will join. Feel free. We'll clear it there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll share the steps meanwhile. Okay. So you can try that also. So thank you for your understanding. Yeah, Natashan, are you ready, Natashan?
Yes, Kelvin.
Yeah. So I'm
So,
handing over the session to Natashan.
I hope that I'm audible, right?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes. Very good morning to one and all. So myself, Natesan Rajan, I am working as the master trainer in EduNet Foundation. So I'll be taking on the next 2 sessions for this FDP. So let me just turn off the camera so that I can save some bandwidth. So let me just share my screen. I hope that you people are aware of the next activity for this FDP. So that is this machine learning activity. So I'll just share my screen. So before we start with this, just a minute. The practical part of this machine learning, we'll just start off with this, some of the basics of machine learning. Okay. So like, can you please anyone share from your point of view? Oh, let me just this slide. Just a second. It's not good. The slide. Yes. I hope that my screen is visible, right? Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. So can you just tell me what is meant by machine learning? Because nowadays these terms are very fascinating, right? Terms like machine learning, artificial intelligence, data science, and neural networks. So can someone tell me what is the difference between artificial intelligence and machine learning? What is artificial intelligence?
Related to robots.
I'm getting a lot of noise in the background. Like, yeah. What is meant by artificial intelligence?
Making machines to do cognitive things.
Robots and ChatGPT.
Yes, in general, we are going to make a machine to think like a human, right? So what is the need for doing that? The ultimate purpose is to automate something, right? We want to automate something which cannot be done by humans. Humans can do it, but if it is in a large scale, we'll not be able to do it. It requires a lot of effort. So in order to reduce the human efforts, we are depending upon machines. So for that, how we are going to train the machines to take some data-driven decisions. Okay, so ultimately, for example, like a self-driven car. So this is one of the application of your artificial intelligence. It's not only that, even in our day-to-day life, we have plenty of artificial intelligence application. Like even this chat GPT is there, and we have voice assistants in our mobile phone like Siri, then Google Assistant. All these are part of AI application. Okay, so this is in a broader aspect. So actually, machine learning is a subset of your artificial intelligence. So the concept of machine learning is we are going to use multiple algorithms. There are many algorithms are available in order to train the machines to develop an artificial intelligence application. Right. So if you take as a Venn diagram, if you consider a Venn diagram, the outer circle will be your artificial intelligence. Inside that, you'll be having this machine learning. I hope that you can understand, right? And the inner circle of machine learning will be your something like your neural network technology, wherein the algorithms depends upon artificial neurons, neural structure. I hope that you will be knowing what is meant by neurons, right? Neurons are the cells that are present in our human brain. So similar to that, we can create a artificial neural network structure through which we can feed some data to the machine so that it can develop some algorithm and then it can automate some process. Right? That is the basic idea. And where comes the data science in this? Data science is common to all of these actually. Right? So if we have to make your machine to learn, we have to feed the machine with some kind of a data, right? So without the data, it cannot understand anything. Is it not? So if for that
Hello,
case,
excuse me, sir.
yes, sir.
Sir, sorry for disturbing you, sir. I'm able to see only the first slide, sir. Like
No, I'm not still.
Yeah,
I'm not still moved, sir.
Okay.
I'm just giving a
Okay,
brief introduction.
done.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for confirming.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Now, I was just telling for if you want to make your machine to learn in order to automate a few processes or to take some data-driven decisions, right? So from the name itself, you can understand it is called as data-driven decision. Okay, so to take a decision by your machine to automate a process, it requires some kind of a data, right? This data could be in any form. It could be in the form of an Excel sheet or CSV. It could be numbers. It could be any text. It could be string, or even it could be images. It could be live video feeds, right? So if in case this is where your neural network technology will come into play. If your input is in the form of an image or a video stream. Okay, so if that is the case, no, then it requires some special bigger algorithms for which it requires neural networks. So data science is nothing but it will have some statistical mathematical tools for you to analyze the data that you're giving to the machine. Okay, so for every algorithm that your machine is going to understand at the back end, no, it will be having some. It will be using some statistical tools, right? Statistical tools and some mathematical formulas. Okay, so I'll just proceed. So here we are going to in the practical session, we are going to use the Azure service for you to develop an algorithm, right? So I'm not going to explain this in detail. So actually, like these are the features that are available. We are going to use just like your Azure Data Factory. We are going to get into a tool that is available in Azure that is called as Azure ML Studio. ML stands for machine learning. Therein we are having different tools within this ML Studio, something that is called a notebook, wherein we can import the already available coding notebooks that is available in your local machine or anywhere, so that you can import into that and then you can start working. Or otherwise, there is a designer. This is where we are going to have this hands-on today. So there is a tool called as a designer, wherein we'll be developing a pipeline, just like what we have did recently in this Azure Data Factory. We'll be developing a pipeline. I'll show you how to develop. Yes. Okay, I'll just continue. Yeah. So we'll be developing a pipeline of, I'll explain you how to develop an algorithm using this Azure ML Studio. And then we have another tool that is something that is called as automated ML. This is for some advanced algorithms, so that we are not going to see today. Someone is speaking. Can you just mute yourself? Yeah. As you all might be knowing, in machine learning, there is basically 3 types of algorithm. This many might be knowing this. Can you just tell me what is the basic 3 types of supervised learning algorithm? Second one is called unsupervised learning algorithm. And third one, which is not very important, that is called as reinforcement algorithm. So, but the basic 2 categories of machine learning algorithms are supervised and unsupervised. Can anyone tell me what is the difference between supervised and unsupervised learning algorithm? Any idea? Those who already know the basics of machine learning, people can answer
Sir, in
this.
supervised algorithm, it has to be trained. The model has to be trained by giving some sample values.
No, ma'am. Actually, model has to be trained for any kind of an algorithm.
Hello.
For any model, it requires training. Yes, yes, sir. Yes,
The
ma'am.
supervised, we have trained using labeled data, sir.
Exactly, exactly.
Whereas in unsupervised, we have only given the input. Based on the similarity, it will cluster those inputs, sir, in unsupervised.
Exactly, exactly, ma'am. So whether it's going to be supervised learning algorithm or unsupervised learning algorithm, it requires a data, right? Now, this data can be a structured data or unstructured data. What is a structured data? Structured data, it's a labeled data. So for example, how your data will be looking, for example, you are having a CSV file or an Excel file. How the data will be looking, it will be in the form of a tables, right? You will have some rows and columns. Okay. So you have a column, for example, I want to find the BMI of a person, body mass index. Let's say that I want to find the body mass index of a person. And for this, what are all the inputs that are required? For calculating the BMI, you know that you want height and weight, right? You want something called height and you want something called weight. Okay, let us say I am having a column called height in centimeters and I'm having a column called weight in kilograms. Okay, now let's say that it is say 168, 175, 180, something like that. We are having inputs in this height column. Okay, and in the weight column, I'm having something like 65, 75, 80, 78, 90, something like this. So this is weight in kilogram. Now I have the data which is having the label. I know that these data points are actually belongs to the category called as it belongs to the variable that is called as height. And I have a bunch of data points that belongs to a category or the variable that is called as weight. Okay, so I have a labeled data. In this case, the prediction becomes very simple. So this type of a algorithm is called a supervised learning algorithm, wherein you know what you're going to predict and you have a labeled data, right? So unsupervised is just opposite of that. Okay, let's take the same example. I'm just giving a bunch of numbers along. Okay, I'm just giving you some numbers like 165, 170, random numbers, 80, 90, 75, some numbers alone. Okay. In this case, I don't know what is height and I don't know what is weight. Okay, because I have not given any label to this data. Okay, so in this case, I won't be knowing what I want to predict. So for this, what it can be done, but what I can understand, if I give say 5 numbers, let's say the 5 numbers are say something like 175, 180, and then 80, 90, and then 160. So out of these 5 numbers, in the example that I gave, I can very well understand that this 3 numbers which are above 100, right? They belong to some similar kind of a nature. And the other 2 numbers which falls below 100 are in some other, they are looking somewhat similar, right? So this is what is called as clustering. So an unsupervised learning algorithm, the very basic algorithm that you'll be doing is clustering. Here we are not going to predict anything. We are not going to have any prediction. Instead, we are going to cluster the data points. Okay, so this comes under unsupervised learning algorithm. So what it will do is it will make that something like 175, 180, and 165 these data points into a single cluster, and something like 75, 80, 90, something. These category data points, it will be categorized into another cluster. Okay, so this algorithm is very much required for a very important category that is called as customer segmentation. Okay, you might be knowing that, right? For example, if there is a retail store, right? Let's take this something like Amazon, right? People will be always having this customer segmentation. They want to find every consumer falls under which category of the customer, whether he is frequently purchasing or he is like rarely purchasing something. Based upon that, they'll be giving some recommendation that comes from a different algorithm. That is a recommendation system. Now, one algorithm will categorize the customer. I hope that you can understand, right? One algorithm will categorize the customer. Now, another algorithm will tell for this category of customers what type of product has to be recommended. So that is called as a recommendation system. Okay, so this is your unsupervised algorithm. So the basic difference is supervised learning algorithm. It will have labeled data. Here, this will not have labeled data. It like you will be clustering the data from your unlabeled data. Okay, and then there is something called reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is I'll explain in detail later. Actually, it's like learning from
Pardon,
mistakes.
sir. So can you please
Yes,
explain labeled data again with example?
Yes, ma'am. For example, like you have like see whatever may be the machine learning algorithm. What is the ultimate purpose? I want to predict something that is going to happen in the future with the help of the past available data. Okay, so I'm going to feed your machine with the past data and I'm going to predict something that is going to happen in the future, right? This is the basic understanding. Now, in the past data, let's say that I want to predict what is a fruit. Just imagine like this. I want to predict what is a fruit. Okay, in the future. Now, in the past, I'm feeding some images with the labels. I'm feeding, say, 3 apples, and I'm mentioning that as apple, 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 right? And I'm having 2 different some other fruit, let's say orange, and I'm having the label as orange, orange. Now, in future, some other fruit is coming. Okay, some other fruit is coming. Let's say in future apple is coming. Your algorithm has to say that whether it belongs to apple or orange or any other fruit. Okay. So this is the idea. So now in the data that I gave in the past, that the past data that I fed to the machine, I gave the data along with the label for my machine to understand. For my machine to understand. Right. If that is the case, then this prediction can be possible. It can say whether it belongs to apple or orange or grapes or anything else. Right. Now, if you're just giving the images alone, if you're just giving the pictures of apple and orange, but I'm not telling what is apple, what is orange. Now, how will my machine able to understand whether it is an apple or orange? How it will give the output as whether it is apple or orange? It cannot give, right? Because it don't know, actually. You have not told that. You can imagine a machine like a child, ma'am. Okay, how we are training our children. If you're having a small kid, for it to understand, let's say that it has to understand what is a car, right? What I'll be doing it, either I'll be showing the images of cars or I'll be showing a direct car itself, right?
Yeah.
But I have to tell my child that this is a car, this is a car. This is the training purpose. And finally, how I'll be testing whether I've done the training properly or not. After doing an extensive training, after a few days, if I'm showing a car and if I'm asking my child what it is, if it is able to say that it is a car, which means that you have trained properly. Can you understand, ma'am? You have trained properly. And how it will be able to tell that it is a car? Because you have told that it is a car. Yes, you have told that it is a car. If you have not told that it is a car, if you're just showing that something alone. Okay, you're showing some cars, you're showing some lorries, you're showing some different vehicles, you're showing some van. Your child will understand that, okay, it is a vehicle, right? But it will not understand that whether it is a car or it is a, what vehicle it is, it cannot understand. But what it can understand, actually, it can cluster, right? If you're showing some 10 different cars and if you're showing some bus or lorry, your child can automatically understand, okay, car is something like smaller in size, it will be of this shape. Or lorry or bus, it will be of bigger size and it will be of different size. So it will be able to understand by default why it is happening, because it is having its natural intelligence, right? Now, machine artificially we are making it to learn that actually. Your child will automatically cluster in such a way that this belongs to this category, this belongs to some other category, right? So in your unsupervised learning algorithm, the basic idea is to cluster the similar kind of data points, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Thank you,
this
sir.
is what, yes, ma'am. In this slide, in the diagram, you can very well understand. Now I've given this example, right? Here you are having this input. You can see here. Here this is the input that I'm giving to this machine. You can see here, this computer is your machine. This is the data that I'm feeding to the machine. You can see a picture. I'm having an apple, and we have given the name as apple. This is a ball, given a name as ball. This is a cup, given as cup. Okay, this is your past data. Okay, now in the future, like your machine learning, of course, your machine will have some algorithm. It will take this data as the input, and that algorithm, it will say if some other input is coming in the future, it belongs to which category, right? Now in the future, if some other this image is coming, okay, if it is able to say that it belongs to cup, what does it mean? It is not always that it will exactly say it is a cup. Okay, if you are able to identify exactly this is a cup, then it means that the modeling that you have done in your machine is a proper model. Okay, but instead, if you are giving a cup, if it says that it is a ball, right, it means that the modeling that you have done in your machine is not a proper model. Okay, so that you can understand. Now, next one, there is something called semi-supervised learning algorithm. So from the name itself, we can understand it's semi-supervised. Okay, so which means that a part of the data is, it will be labeled, and the part of the data, it will be unlabeled. Okay, so here also the prediction can happen. Okay, in the unsupervised learning algorithm, you cannot predict anything because I don't know what is the input itself, right? So only the clustering is possible in that case. In this case, prediction is possible. My past data, it will have part of the data, it will be a labeled data, and part of the data, it will be a unlabeled data. So what first it will do is, with the help of the labeled data, it will try to understand, it will try to put a label to the unlabeled data. Okay, so like it's a kind of a clustering activity will happen at the beginning. Now what it will happen is, it will try to understand all the entire data, like a kind of a labeled data. And then finally it will give a prediction. You understand this? Okay, so this is called a semi-supervised learning algorithm, wherein we'll have the past data, it will be a combination of both your labeled data as well as unlabeled data. Right? So third category is called reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning, you can just understand from this diagram, you will be having two things. One is called as an agent, other one is called as an environment. Okay, so agent is something like which is going to perform some actions. Okay, and this environment, it is going to give some feedback. Now this agent will take a decision, not like take a decision, it will try to learn the algorithm based upon the feedback that it is obtained from the environment. Right? For example, take the case of a computer game. Okay, let's take an example of a computer game. So who will be the agent? Agent will be the person who is playing the computer game. Okay, and the environment is something like that game itself, right? So what is the actions? Actions is something like the actions that we are performing while we are playing the computer game. Okay, so based upon the move that we are doing, that particular game, either it can give some points, you can gain some points, or you can lose some points. It could be some kind of a benefit, or it could be some kind of a punishment based upon the action that you're taking. Right? Let's say that you're playing a game. In that, your motive is to collect a lot of coins, let's say. And if your move is a proper move, you'll be gaining some coins. And if your move is a wrong move, you're going to lose some coins. Just imagine something like this. Okay, so this feedback will be coming from the environment. Action is performed by the agent. Feedback is coming from the environment. And finally, how you will understand if suppose you don't know that it is a wrong move. Without knowing that it is a wrong move, you are doing something. And because of that, you are losing the coins, right? And finally, you will be automatically learning from the feedback, right? Then you will understand that, okay, I'm not supposed to perform this particular action. Can you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so this type of algorithm is called as reinforcement learning algorithm, right? An agent trying to understand the algorithm based upon the feedback that is received from the environment. Okay, can you understand this? Right, this is your reinforcement learning algorithm, right? So this diagram explains the basic categories of machine learning. One is your supervised, unsupervised, and then we have seen something like semi-supervised, and then we have seen this reinforcement learning algorithm. In this also, today we are going to see, because of the time constraint, we are going to see
Basically, semi-supervised learning is converting unsupervised learning into supervised learning.
Not like that, man. Actually, it will happen in the back end. Actually, it will not. It will not convert anything. Like both these activities will happen. Actually, basically, like if you can say something like in your supervised learning algorithm, you will have something like your target column. You know what you're going to predict. Okay, let us say that is the example that we are going to see today. Automobile price prediction. Let's say that I want to predict the price of a car. Okay, so in this case, I know that what I'm going to predict in the future. I have a target column. Okay, so that will come under supervised learning algorithm. There is a prediction. In unsupervised learning algorithm, there is no target column itself. You can see here. Here they have mentioned here, right, in red color. The target variable is not available here. But here the target variable is available. If at all you want a target variable, your past data, it should be a labeled data. Only then it is possible. I've told you that example of that child actually, right? Yes. So only if it is having a labeled data, you will be able to predict something, or you'll be having a target variable. But here there is no problem. Supervised learning. In semi-supervised learning algorithm, the problem is not completely solved, because I have part of the data that is labeled, but the part of the data is unlabeled. Now what will happen is, just for your understanding, I told that actually you will not be able to visually see what exactly is happening. Even the unlabeled data, it will try to understand that comes under which category with the help of the labeled data that is already available. It will try to fit the unlabeled data into some labeled data, and with the help of that, it will try to predict the target variable. That is called semi-supervised learning algorithm. Why these type of different algorithms are there? Because in our machine learning algorithm, in your data science project itself, what is the first and foremost step? Can anyone tell me for your machine learning project or your data science project, what is the first and foremost step? We have to collect the data. Yes, collecting the data. Okay, it will be a raw data, right? That is the biggest challenge in your real time, in your industries or factories. You see, like collecting the data is not a very simple process. Okay, because data will be available in multiple sources. That is why even in the Azure Data Factory, you have seen an activity called as joins. What is the purpose of join? So even in the previous exercise, what actually you have done actually? You had two files in your source container. Okay, and one particular file had information of, let's say, some it was having some age or something like that, right? Age and customer ID. And for the same set of customers, let's say that I am having the salary information in some other file. I'm having the salary information in some other file. Right? Now, what I have to do? If I have to predict something, I need all this information. But this information is not available in a single file. It is scattered in multiple files. So which means that I have to join all these files. For that only, you're having different joins. Okay, you have inner join, you have outer join, you have left outer join, you have right outer join, and then full outer join. Different types of joins are there, right? So this is one challenging thing. Now, when you're collecting the data, sometimes you can get a proper data with the labels, everything. Then that comes under the supervised learning algorithm. Sometimes you will not be, you have some bunch of data, but I don't know what is that data. Sometimes I'll be having such type of data. For that only, I'm having this unsupervised data. Sometimes I'm collecting a bunch of data. Some data I know what it is, and some data I don't know what it is actually. So for that, a semi-supervised learning algorithm is there. Like all this this comes under different types of data collection only. Based upon that only, you can decide what type of algorithm you are going to feed to your machine, right? Now come here. Now in this case, apart from this unsupervised learning like in your supervised and semi-supervised, and also in your reinforcement learning algorithm, you have a target variable, and that target variable can be a continuous variable or it could be a categorical variable. Now, what is meant by continuous variable? What is meant by categorical variable? Can anyone tell me what is a continuous variable? What is a categorical variable? For example, let us say my target variable is the price column, price, right? Now, what is the values that your price can have? It can be any number, right? It can be any number. There is no standard categories, right? At the same time, let's say that your target column is a rating, a movie rating, okay? So it can be, it's going to be any number only between 1 to 10, okay? So again and again, let's say that your data set is having say 500 rows, okay, 500 rows. So the target column also, it will have 500 values, right? So this 500 values, it is going to have any number starting from 1 to 10. The same numbers are going to be repeated again and again. So that comes under categorical variable. That comes under categorical variable. And that also specifically if you are having only two inputs, like for example, like true or false. Okay, let's say that I want to detect a email as a ham or spam. Any idea what is meant by ham or spam? Email detection is there, right? Ham or spam. You all might have seen that, right? In our mail, there is a folder called as a spam folder, right? Spam folder is there. Okay, if your mail is coming from a proper place, okay, if it is a authenticated mail, no, then it has to come into your inbox. Okay, if it is coming from an anonymous person or some unwanted mails are there, it has to go to spam. Okay, now my target variable is, it has to, your model has to predict whether this email belongs to ham category or spam category. So only two options are there. So if your target variable is having only two options, then it is called binary categorical variable. Okay, so your target variable, either it could be a continuous target variable or it could be a categorical target variable. So if it is a continuous target variable, the algorithm that we are going to deploy is basically that is called as the regression algorithm. Okay, and if it is a categorical target variable, the algorithm that we are going to employ is called as classification algorithm. Okay, so here they have given one example like house price prediction. And
Pardon,
for classification.
Sir, I understood that categorical target variable, but I still don't understand what is continuous target variable.
Yes, ma'am. For example, let's say what is the price of a house itself? Okay, price of a house. Okay, so in the past data, what I'll be giving for predicting the price, what can be the different predictors actually, different parameters. For example, how many number of bedrooms, right?
Yes.
Then what is the square feet? What is the location?
Yes.
Something like this. Okay, these factors are there, and geographical parameters are there, and you have the target variable. price. Okay, that this price is going to be, it can be any value, right? It can be like 25 lakhs, 27 lakhs, or 27 lakhs 300. There is no fixed categories, right, for your price. In the past data that you are giving, the categorical variable, it can have any random numbers. It is a continuous variable, right? If you could have anything in your target variable, then it is called as a continuous variable. Categorical variables, let's say that your target variable is your the ratings of a movie. Let's say that you're having a movies database. You have a movies database and you want to predict what is the rating that is given to this movies, right?
Okay.
Okay.
That means continuous target variable, we need to have some past data.
Yes.
But for
Yes.
categorical, we don't
category
have any.
means, yeah. Generally, categorical variable means it is going to repeat the values again and again.
Okay.
So what will be the rating? Let's say let us not even have 10. Let's say that you're having only ratings of 1 to 5. Okay, so your target column is going to have some inputs. But what will be that inputs? That inputs, it's going to be either 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
3 or 5, yes.
Yeah, it'll always for all the rows, it's either it's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So it's having fixed category values only. But if it is a price, there is no fixed categories.
There is only single.
I hope that you can understand now, ma'am.
Yes, sir, I got it.
Yes. Now, based upon the type of target variable that you are having, we have to decide what is the algorithm that you are going to propose. So if your target variable is a continuous target variable, then the algorithm is called as a regression algorithm. In that also we are having simple linear regression, and then we have, you have linear regression, and then we have something called logistic regression. In linear regression also we have simple linear regression and multiple linear regression. All these are very detailed. I am not going to explain that in a very detailed way. And in unsupervised learning algorithm, already I have explained you about this clustering. There is one more concept that is called as association rule. Okay, so this is actually to understand how well one variable in your data set is related to another variable, how it is associated to some other variable. For example, like if you are going to purchase, if you're going to a shop and if you are purchasing, say, bread, there is very high chance that you can purchase butter or jam. Okay, so which means that there is a very high association between this bread and jam. Okay, in your clustering, what is the difference between clustering and association? Clustering is grouping the data of similar kind. Okay, all the apples are clustered into a single cluster. All the oranges are classified into a separate cluster. So every data point will be looking similar. But association, one product is bread, other product is butter. Both are different only. But these two are highly associated actually. Even though the products are different, they are very highly associated. Okay, so this algorithm will say which particular product, that is something called a market basket analysis. Okay, exactly the example that I gave you. From this only, people will be able to give a recommendation of the products that you purchase. Okay, that is how they'll be organizing the products also in the market, right? Because there is a very high chance that if people are purchasing milk, or there is a very high chance that they can purchase the bread or butter. Okay, so this also comes under unsupervised learning algorithm. I'm not going to explain other things in detail because it will take more time. Now we'll go into the concepts of regression and classification. Now come to the regression. Here you can see the difference from this diagram itself. Now here what I'm going to predict, both in this case, I'm having a target variable. Here the target variable is a temperature. Okay, so temperature can have any temperature in degrees centigrade. Or actually here it is in Fahrenheit, temperature in Fahrenheit. Okay, so it can have any, it ranges, if you just see here, it ranges from any value between 60 to 200. right? So it is a continuous variable. In this case, the algorithm is called as a regression algorithm. But here in this case, I want to say whether it is a cold climate, or let's say that this is climate. Okay, I'm going to predict the climate alone. I have to predict whether it is a hot climate or cold climate. So finally, my the output of my algorithm will be, it has to tell, my algorithm has to tell me whether it belongs to hot or cold alone. Okay, so only two categories. So this comes under classification. Okay. Now for this, the target variable is called as the dependent variable, and all the other variables are called as independent variable. For example, in the example that I gave, for you to predict the price of a house, what is the target variable? Target variable is the price of the house, right? Target variable is the price of the house that I'm going to predict in the future. So that is called as the dependent. Why it is called as the dependent variable? Because this variable is depending upon multiple other factors. What are all the factors? The number of bedrooms, the location, the size, right? All these factors, the area in square feet, the geographical location, all these are called as independent variables. These variables are going to influence the target variable, but nevertheless, they are not depending on anything actually. They are independent variables. But this variable, this target variable, is depending upon these variables. If this changes, this will change. Okay, so that is the meaning. Now, this is what is the basic diagram of your regression concept. Okay, so you might be knowing this, right? What is this actually? What line is this actually? Just can I just tell me what line it is actually? So we'll do one thing. Now it's 11:21. I'll continue this theory part till 11:30. Then we'll have break for 15 minutes. Once after coming from break, we'll get into the practical part of the machine learning, right? I'll complete the theory part before the break, and we'll have a break. And after that, we'll continue with the practical part. Yes, what I was asking, yes, tell me, what is this line actually? It's a very simple graph, right?
Regression line.
A regression line, or you can simply say regression line is a technical term. It's a linear line, right? If you just see here, you have a XY graph. Okay, you are having this one variable in X, and I have another variable in Y. Okay, normally we'll be saying in engineering concept, we'll be saying this is input, this is output, right? So this here in Y axis, I'll be having, you can consider something like a target variable. Okay, X axis, for now, I'm considering only a single variable. Okay, for you to understand, but actually, because this is a diagram of simple linear regression. Okay, because in multiple linear regression, you will have multiple variables. Okay, so that is very, you have to visualize in a 3D aspect. But as of now, you just imagine that I'm just having a single variable. Let's say that number of bedrooms. For you to understand, number of bedrooms is taken in X axis, and price of the house is taken in Y axis. Now, what is this line? This is a linear line. What is going to be linear? What is going to be linear and non-linear? Can you just tell me what is going to be linear and what is going to be non-linear?
Linear means only two values.
Linear, sir.
No, not like that, ma'am. A linear means if my X is going to increase, then Y will increase. If my X is going to decrease, then Y will decrease, which means that my output is having a linear relationship with respect to the input variable. Okay, so whatever changes that are happening in X, the same changes that will happen in Y. Okay, so now just can I just mute yourself?
Hello.
I'm getting a lot of noise. Can someone mute?
Yes, Nadesh, I have tried.
Yes. Now, just imagine like this. This line is going to come from my model. Okay, this line is going to come from my model. Okay, and what are these points? These points are called as the data points. right? These points are called as data points. Let's say that this corresponds to x is equal to 1 and this corresponds to some price. If x is equal to 1, then y is this. Okay, can I just understand? These points are the data points in your actual data set. Are the data points in your actual data set? This line is something that is going to come from your model. Okay, that's why here it is called as the predicted value, and this is your actual value. What is meant by actual value? This is the actual data point that is present in your data set. That is in your past data. Okay. Now, what is this arrow mark? Can you see here this arrow mark? What is the difference between this and this? Can anyone tell me what is the difference between this and this?
Arrow.
Now, what you can understand technically, now in the past, when x is here, y was here. This is coming from the past data, right? That is your actual data. When x is this, then y is this, right? Now this is coming from the model. Now what my model has told, in the future, if x is going to be this, then y will be this. Can you understand this? This is the predicted value. So what will be the difference between this and this?
That is bias.
That is called as the bias or error. Okay, that's called as the bias or error. Now, let me just see. I'll just move this a little bit. Yeah. Now, yeah, I hope that my screen is visible. Now, you can see there is a hat symbol here, right? There is a hat symbol in this variable, in this equation, yi minus yi hat. Okay, something like a cap. Okay, something like a cap symbol. So whenever you see this cap symbol, it means that it is a predicted variable. It's a predicted value, actually, not a variable. It's a predicted value. Okay, that is coming from the model. So if you have some hat symbol, you can understand that that is actually coming from the model, or it is a predicted value. Right. So what is error? Error is actually called as, there is another name that is called as residual. In simple terms, we can tell this as error, but actually, technically, it is called as residual. So it is yi minus yi cap. Okay. So it is the difference between the actual value minus the predicted value. Now, in this case, it is going to be positive, right? In this case, it is going to be positive because the actual value is higher and the predicted value is lesser in this point. But if you take this point, can you see my screen and the pointer? Is my screen and pointer visible? Can you see
Yes.
what I'm?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you see this point is falling below this line, below this vertical line, right? This slanting line. In this case, what will become yi minus y cap? In this case, this yi cap is greater, but this is lesser. So this will become negative, right? So what is the best model if I'm going to consider the residual alone, if I'm going to consider the errors alone? If you're going to consider the errors alone, now I told that this is going to come from the model, right? Now everybody will have, let's say, for example, I'll copy this. Okay, now everybody will have, every person will give me different models, right? I'm giving the same data set to different people. Okay, person, let's say that I'm giving to 3 different person. Okay, so first person is going to, all the 3 persons are going to do only regression model, but they can have some, there is something called pre-processing of the data. That pre-processing of the data, every person will be doing different type of pre-processing. Depending upon the type of pre-processing that is done for the modeling, accordingly, my model will, model output will vary. Okay, so let's say that you are having these 3 different lines, right? Let's say, I'll go to the screen now. Just a minute. Yeah, you are having these 3 different lines. This line came from the model that is developed by person number 1. This line came from the model that is developed by person number 2, and this line came from the model that is developed by person number 3. Now, for every line, for every point, there will be some value for error, right? So what is the best model? Now I have to decide out of these 3 models, what is the best model? Is it not? I have to say what is the best model, right? Now, which particular model is going to give the sum of squares is less? Which particular model is going to give me the total sum of errors as less? That can be considered as a less as a best model, is it not? Because the errors is less, right? It is able to more or less predict what has happened in the past, in the future also, right? That's the meaning. Now, if I'm going to just consider this formula alone, because some points are above the line and some points are below the line, right? If I take only the errors and if I'm going to add that, both will penalize each other, because some will have positive value and some will have negative value. Both will cancel each other. That should not happen. That is why what I'll be doing is I'll be squaring that. Okay, I'll be squaring the error and then I'll be adding that actually. So actually I'll be considering every time the sum of squares for to decide what is the best performing model. Okay. Now come here. I'll end with this alone, and then I'll give break. I'll end with this equation alone. You know this equation, right? What is this we might have studied in our school itself. What is the basic equation of linear regression line? We know that y is equal to mx plus c. Actually, we'll be having in school as c. Here they have given us b. Okay, y is equal to mx plus c. Can anyone tell me what is this m and what is this b? And what is the c? It's already given in the slide itself. Can you just tell me what is this? Can you just tell me what is this actually? Here it's given, right? M stands for the slope. And then this, actually here we'll be having it as c. Okay, that c is called as the intercept. That c is called as the intercept. So can you just tell me what is c actually? What is intercept actually? In this equation, if you are going to put x is equal to 0, what will happen? What will be the value of b? Okay, we'll have it as b itself, because here no need to confuse. Because since here they are having it as b, we'll have it as b itself. Put x is equal to 0 in this equation. What will be b actually?
Y
We'll be
equal
getting
to b.
y equal to b, right? Y equal to b. So that is the definition. What does it mean? X is equal to 0. X is equal to 0 means there is no input. Okay. So intercept is nothing but when there is no input, what is the value of output? When there is no input, what is the value of output? Okay, now we can ask a question. How there can be output even though there is no input? Yes, it is possible. Okay. Practically, in multiple cases, you might have studied in engineering also. There is something called as noise that cannot be avoided, right? Sometimes you'll be getting some output even though there is no input also. So that is your that is the concept of your intercept. It is the value of the output when there is no input. Now, what will happen if intercept is equal to 0? Y is equal to mx alone. In that case, this line will be passing through the origin. This line will be passing through the origin. Now actually, if you extend this line up to here, let's say that this line is touching my y-axis somewhere here. Okay, so that will be your intercept actually. So x is equal to 0 means this point, right? What is the value of output? So that is actually, this line is not a proper line. It has to touch the origin actually. Let's say that it is not origin. It has to touch the y-axis. Okay, so that is your intercept. And what is your M is called as your slope. Okay, slope is nothing but your tan theta. Okay, so what is tan theta? You might be knowing this, right? What is tan? If you have a right angle triangle,
It is the
you know
ratio
what is.
for perpendicular and a base.
You can, if you have a right angle triangle, you can say like opposite by adjacent, right?
Yes.
Opposite side by adjacent. So it will be something like this: y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. Okay, so if you have to find the slope between any 2 points in the graph, okay, so for every point, okay, it's a 2-dimensional graph, right? So if I put any point here, it will have a, for every point, it will have some value of x coordinate and it will have a value of y coordinate, right? So you'll have two x values for 2 points, x1 and x2, and you'll have two y points like y1 and y2. Okay, so it will be y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. That will give the slope, or you can just say it's tan theta. So that depends upon the, in colloquial terms, I can say this slantingness of your line. Okay, when that slope changes, no, this can tilt little bit, either in clockwise or it can go in anti-clockwise direction. So that is your slope. So these are the basics. So I think now it's 11:35. I think we can, Helvin, we can give break, right?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can. You can go for a break now. After coming from break, we'll start with the practical part of this. How we can implement this machine learning algorithm in your machine learning studio that is present in an MSSU. Okay. So I'll stop
So break
sharing.
up to what time?
So we'll have this. Kelvin, can you share your screen and put the timer? Yeah, we can have
15.
for 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, the break is almost over. I hope that many have joined back, right?
Yes, Nateshan.
Yes, I hope that I'm audible, right?
Yes, you
Yeah.
are audible.
Yes. So once again, I welcome you back post the break for this FTP session on day 4. So before the break, no, I explained you about the basics of machine learning, of what are the different types of what is meant by machine learning, why it is required, and what are the different types of machine learning algorithms available. What is meant by supervised learning algorithm? What is meant by unsupervised learning algorithm? What is meant by semi-supervised learning algorithm? What is reinforcement algorithm? And what is meant by a categorical variable? What is meant by a continuous variable? And if continuous variable, what is the algorithm that we propose? So that is your regression algorithm, right? And that also I explained you about the graph of regression line. So what is the equation? It's called y. Basic equation is y is equal to mx plus c. But in machine learning, we'll be telling it as it's beta naught plus beta 1 into x. Okay, so that is how we'll be telling, right? So this beta naught corresponds to the intercept. I've already told what is meant by intercept. So once again, I'm repeating, intercept is nothing but it is the value of the output when there is no input. And beta 1 is nothing but your slope. It is a tan theta. So it corresponds to, if you can simply understand something like this, it corresponds to the angle of this angle of decline of this regression line. Okay, so it's basically like y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. That is your slope or your beta 1. Okay, now this is a simple linear regression when you are going to consider only a single variable in the input, right? But practically in your data set, it is not possible, right? Practically such a data set is we won't be considering such a simple data set. Okay, so definitely your target variable is going to be depending upon multiple other.
Sir, screen is not visible, sir.
No, still I have not shared my screen. Let me just share my screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, just a minute. I'll share my screen. I hope that you people are in this page, right? You have logged into Azure portal.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Let the screen be here. I'll just continue. Yeah, but practically, like I'll continue with where I left. You will be having multiple variables, right? For you to predict the target variable. You will have x1, x2, x3, x4, right? Even you can take this example of this BMI. Okay, if you say that BMI is my target variable, now what are all the input variables? Height and weight, right? So you have more than one. So in this case, what will be the equation? It will be beta naught plus beta 1 into x1 plus beta 2 into x2. Okay. Now, once again, in that equation, I'll just share. I'll see what's that. Okay, you take this equation itself. Okay, so this b is this is a constant, right? This is a constant. Let's say this is 5. Okay, if you have a paper or pen, you can just take. Let's say that b is equal to 5. It is a constant. Now, just tell me what will happen to y if I'm going to increase the value by 1 unit. Okay, so let's say, okay, I'll give you the values for m and b. Okay, have this equation y is equal to mx plus b. Okay, have values m is equal to 2. Okay, and have the values b is equal to 5. This m and b are constants, right? These two are constants. Okay. Now, if x is equal to 1, what will happen actually? What will be y in this equation? It will be 2 into 1 plus 5, right? It will be 7. Are you following with me what I'm saying? I'm just giving one simple example. I'll just put it here. Let's say y is equal to mx plus c itself. Okay, let me have let's say ms is equal to 2 and c is equal to 5. Now what will be when x is equal to 1? What is y? Okay, so y is equal to, you know that 2 into 1 plus 5,
7.
which equals to 7, right? Now what will happen if I'm going to increase? When I increase x by 1 unit, what happens to y? Tell me. In the same equation, there is not going to be any change in my m and c because these two are constants, right? This is constant. Is my screen visible? That notepad is visible, right? Is the notepad visible?
Yes, Natasha.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
These two are constant, right? So what will happen here? What is when my x is increasing to 1 unit? This 1 is becoming 2. What will happen? This will become 2 into 2 plus 5, right? 9. Is it not? Now what has happened? Ultimately, y has increased by 2 units, right? Can you understand? Is my screen visible? Can you understand what has happened? So when my x is increasing by 1 unit, y is increased by 2 units. Are you following with me?
Yes, sir.
So what I can understand from this, can you just tell me what is the definition of, forget about the basic definition that I gave, basic definition of the slope. Okay. So already I told you what is this. It is the value of output when there is no input, right? This I have already told. Now this is basically your, I have already told this is your slope. Okay. Okay, but with this example, can you just tell me why here it has increased by 2 units when I'm increasing x by 1 unit? Because
m is equal to 2.
M is 2. Yeah, if m is equal to 3, what it would have happened?
It will increase by 3 times.
Yeah. So from this, can you just tell me as a basic definition? What is m actually? It is the corresponding increase in output when your x is increasing by 1 unit. Can you understand? It
Yes,
is
sir.
the corresponding increase in y, or you can say output. Okay, y is nothing but your output or your target variable. When x increases by 1 unit. Okay. When x increases by 1 unit. Right. Now I cannot type beta actually here. Now if you have more than one, I told you, right, this such a type of data set is practically not required. Practically it's not available, I can say. So you will have more than one independent variables, right? Let's say that in this case, BMI plus C. So what will be the equation? It will be like, it will not mx1, it will be m1x1 and it will be m2x2. This is actually, you can imagine something like suffix. This is m1x1 plus m2 into x2 plus c. So what will be m1? What will be m1? There are two slopes. Here, it is the corresponding increase in y when x1 is going to increase by 1 unit. Okay, because m1 is the coefficient of x1 alone. Can you understand what I'm saying? M1 is the coefficient of X1 alone. So I can say M1 is nothing but it is the corresponding increase in your output variable when X1 alone is increasing by 1 unit. Okay, similarly, what is M2? M2, it is the corresponding increase in your output variable when X2 is going to increase by 1 unit. Okay, and of course, C is nothing but your intercept. It is your constant. It is your, it is constant, right? Can you understand this? And if the C is equal to 0, if the C is equal to 0, then my that regression line is going to pass through the origin. Okay. Okay, these are the basics. So with this, we'll start this practical part. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I hope
Yes,
that
sir,
you people
visible,
have.
sir.
Yes, I hope that you people have already logged in to this. So let me write down the steps here. So step number 1 would be, I'm skipping that, like log into your, okay, let me write down. Log into MS Azure portal. Okay. This is actually steps 4. Deploying a ML model in Azure's ML Studio. Is that fine? I'm going to tell you the steps for deploying a machine learning model in Azure's ML Studio, right? So what is
Yes, sir,
Azure's
yeah,
ML
sure.
Studio? Yeah, Azure's ML Studio is nothing but it is one of the service that is available in your Microsoft Azure. Okay. You might have known the basic theory of your different services available in Microsoft Azure, right? What are the 3 basic categories of the services? Can you just tell me? It was already explained in the previous sessions and even in the expert talk as mentioned yesterday, right? 3 different services are there.
Infrastructure, software, and platforms.
Exactly.
Infrastructure, software, and platform.
Exactly. Infrastructure as a service. What is the example for that? The first day activity we have done, right? What is the first day activity?
Virtual machines.
Yeah, we have created a virtual machine using Azure Cloud. That comes under the category of, that is a service. Okay, that service comes under the category of infrastructure as a service. So because we have created a virtual machine, right? Virtual machine because we are having our laptop. It is our actual machine. Similar to our laptop, we have created a virtual machine using your MS. Virtual is something which is not present in real. The name itself we can understand, virtual. Okay, that is not a real thing. Yes. But exactly we have created a machine. Okay, it's a virtual machine. So it's basically an infrastructure, right? Infrastructure as a service. That is one of the example. And in the previous session, we have seen that Azure Data Factory. And today we are going to see this ML Studio. These comes under the category of this platform as a service. So these are different platforms that are available in your Azure as a service for performing some basic tasks. Okay, so Data Factory is nothing but it's a platform service available in your Azure for you to perform some basic activities of your data. That data could be your structured data or it could be unstructured data, right? So similarly, for performing the machine learning experiments, there is a platform available in your Azure that is called Azure's ML Studio. Okay. So I'm going to tell you the steps. So first step is to log into MS Azure portal, which you have already done. So next one is just to search as machine learning. Okay. Here in the search tab, machine learning, multiple things are there. You can try different things, but actually I am suggesting you to select this 4th one. Okay. There is something called Azure Machine Learning. You can see this icon also. Something like a flask in thick blue color. Can I just see this? Azure Machine Learning. I hope that you people are doing along with me, right?
Yeah, sir.
Yes. So select this Azure Machine Learning. Okay, so I'll put this select Azure Machine Learning. Okay. So this will be the step number 2. Right. Then go here as usual, go to create, when you click this create, there is this plus button there, right? You see two things. One is called new workspace. That is what we are supposed to create. Okay, so just click on this new workspace. So what is a workspace? Okay, workspace is nothing but a container. Okay, for you to have all the artifacts. I'll just mention here for us. Instead of typing here. Okay, apart from the
Notation?
steps. Yes, yes.
Yeah, notation. I
Yes,
think
sir.
no, we can directly go show them ML this one link.
Yes, yes,
That
yes.
will be easy. You can save a lot of time also.
Okay, I'll do one thing. You parallelly you can create a workspace here also, or otherwise there is another option called just open another new tab in your browser. Okay, in your browser, open a new tab. You just type this ml.azure.com. Okay, I'll just copy this and I'll put it in the chat window.
Done. I have pasted.
Okay, I think Helvin has already pasted, so I'll sign out from here. Okay, the moment you go there, the credentials remain the same as your Azure portal. Actually, here what will happen is you can also create a workspace here as well. Just for time saving purpose, we are going there. So what will happen is you can select the subscription as pay you go. You can select the resource group, and as usual, you can use this resource group itself, FTP10. You can give a name. You can select the region. This you might have been practiced in multiple resources, right? By this time. And then storage account, you can create a new account. Like after creating that, no, and once the resource is getting ready, once it's created, when you click that create the resource, and when you click that resource, no, it will be automatically redirecting you to this site actually, ml.azure.com. So we are skipping everything what we are doing in the ML Azure, and we are directly going here, right? Yes. Have you all logged into this actually? Can I just give a confirmation that have you went into the site called ml.azure.com and have you logged in through your credentials? Is it done?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So once it is done, you'll be landing into a page like this. And here you can create this workspace. Okay, so this is what Helvin was telling me. So this workspace, either you can create there after creating the workspace there, and once you're clicking the resource, it will automatically redirect you to this site, or otherwise you can directly log in here. Here itself, we can create a workspace. Okay, so I'll give the step number 3, create a workspace. Okay, so before that, what is a workspace? So workspace is it's basically, you can just imagine like it's a container. Okay, for all the artifacts. Okay, so what is artifact? What is artifact actually? Can you just tell me? Artifact is nothing but all the resources that are relevant to your machine learning. Okay, in your machine learning, what all you will have, there is something called your data set. Okay, and then we'll be performing some experiments. Then we will have the models. Then we are having this notebooks, I mean coding notebooks, right? Or any other asset, all these comes under this artifacts. So it is a container for this workspace is a container that will have all this resources that are required for your machine learning deployment. Okay, it's just basically like your folder that you're creating in your system. Nothing else. Okay, so every time in your workspace, it will be there always. Okay, so just click on this create workspace. You can give a workspace name. So what I will suggest, it's your choice. There is this I button. If you click here, it'll tell what is the rule actually. So I will have my name. I'm creating a workspace called notation workspace. So you can also have your name and workspace. Okay, so it's your choice. And make sure that a subscription you're choosing only pay as you go. I think you'll be having only that, right? So it shouldn't be a problem. In case if it is not showing, you can click this refresh subscriptions, right? And resource group. Make sure that you're choosing this FDP 10. Don't choose any other resource group. Okay, don't choose any other resource group. Please choose this FDP_10, the same resource group which you have been using for the past 3-4 days. And region, I'm keeping it as default East US2. If you want, you can change some other region as well. That is your choice. You can change the region. Once after giving all these details, you can just click this create.
Natasha, sorry to interrupt. Can you just quickly repeat the full process once, because there were requests in the chat. Okay, just tell them just quickly, like 1 minute or.
Yes, sure. So let me just show this as well. Okay. These are the steps for you to create the workspace in Azure portal. So since we have went into this, login using your credentials in the website ml.azure.com. Is that fine? This is step number 1. You have to go to website called ml.azure.com. People, those are asking me to repeat. I'm telling you the steps very clearly, right? ml.azure.com. You have to go there, right? And then you have to, it will be asking for you to log in. It is the same credentials that you have used for logging into this Azure portal. The same ID as well as the same password, right? Is that clear until now? People, those are asking to repeat. Is that clear? This is step number 1. Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Yes,
so
sir,
next
clear.
thing is, next thing is, see, before even we are going to create, actually, what is the final purpose here? We are going to deploy a machine learning model. Now, this machine learning model is going to have multiple things, right? Multiple resources. It is going to have some model. We are going to perform some experiments. We are going to, it requires some kind of a data set. All these are called as artifacts. Okay, there must be a container to place all these things. All the resources that are required for your machine learning deployment. Okay, that is, a container is required. That container is your workspace. So first and foremost step is your creating a workspace. Is that clear? Is that clear? So create a workspace. This is the first and foremost step. Create a workspace. How to create? Once you log in here, you will be landing into a page something like this. And you can, at the top, you can see this button that is called create workspace. You just have to click this. That's it. So once you click this, it will be asking you to give this 4 details alone. Okay. The workspace name I have already created, so I'm not going to do it. So workspace name is your choice. It is your workspace. It's just like you're naming a folder in your system. Okay, you can give any name. So I suggest you to have your name followed by workspace. You can even have some underscore. Okay, that's your choice. Okay, I've already created. I'm not going to repeat that again. And then you have to choose the subscription as pay as you go. By default, it should be showing here. If it is not showing, For anyone, this problem is there, or is it subscription is showing for all of you? Were you able to create the workspace? By any chance, if it is not showing here, the same procedure, just click here. In the right extreme, your profile icon is there, right? For example, for Natesh and Rajan, it is showing is NR. Okay. For your name, there will be an icon. You have to click here. And then there is something called switch directory. If you switch the directory, make sure that the current directory is, there will be a drop down list. Okay. It should be EduNet Foundation. Okay. So this subscription is available under this directory only. Okay. Under this directory called EduNet Foundation. So make sure that your current directory is EduNet Foundation. If you are into that particular directory, we have already given the subscription, so it should be reflecting. So make sure that you're choosing this pay as you go. Okay. And under the resource group, it will list all the resource groups that is currently available under this subscription pay as you go. Okay. So from the first day, we have been using this FDP_10 resource group. So make sure that you're choosing only this particular resource group, not any other resource group. Okay. Make sure that you're choosing only FDP_10. And region, it is your choice. I have not changed. By default, it is showing East US 2. So you have that itself. Okay. So once after, I have not given any workspace name because I've already created. Once after doing this, you have to click this create. Okay. So once it is created, it will show up here with the name. Is it done until here? I'll put here create a workspace. I hope that I'm not putting the other details in detail here. Okay. I hope that you can understand what is going to be create a workspace. Is that clear?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes. So now get into your, just click here. Okay. Click in this name itself. Okay. Now, if you just click this name, like it has entered into this workspace, and in the left side pane, you have multiple options, right? Multiple options. And there is a category called authoring. Under this authoring, you have notebooks, automated ML, and designer. This automated ML, we are not
Sir, I
going to
just lost the connection. How did you get this page?
Oh, just you have to click that.
New?
This is the home page now.
Okay.
Just a-
But I
Yeah. Just you have to click your workspace name alone. If you just drag your mouse there.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah, you have to just click this. That's it. Just
Yes,
click
sir.
here.
Got
That's
it.
all.
Got it.
Yeah. So once you go here in the left side pane, you are having multiple options like notebooks, automated ML, and designer. Notebooks, I'll tell you later. First, we'll start with this design. These are the different options available in this. This is called as your ML. This site itself. This is called ML Studio. Okay. It's exclusively, it's a service available in MS Azure for you to work with this machine learning related projects. Okay. In that, different options are available. One of the important option is called as designer. Okay. You have to click this designer. But before that, can you just see this tab? There is something called manage, and manage, under the manage, there is this compute. Okay. Now, just click this compute. Okay. We are going to create a compute instance. Okay. So this is after creating workspace. These two things are important before proceeding to deploy a model. First, you have to create a workspace. Then you have to create a. I've already explained what is a workspace, right? It is basically a container that will contain, that is required. Okay, for you to store all this all these resources that are related to the machine learning. Something like your data sets, experiments, models, notebooks, everything. So create a compute source. Okay, so what is a compute source? So it is basically a compute source, not it's called compute instance. I think you might have created the same in your data factory as well. Okay, so it is for performing all these activities. It requires something called a VM. It's a virtual machine. Okay. So this virtual machine is going to provide the computational resources that are required for you to run the machine learning model. Right. For example, in my local PC, like I have installed the required software, something like your Jupyter notebook is there for you to run the Python codes. Okay, so I'm having a machine. So though you have all these resources available, you have the data set, everything is available in this studio, it requires a machine for you to perform all these activities, all these machine learning activities. So that machine, I need to create a virtual machine. So that virtual machine is nothing but your compute instance. So where you have to go here. So for this, I'll mention here. So all this belongs here. Go to manage tab. It's in the left pane. Okay. So I'm mentioning this entire thing is a pane. In the left pane, you have manage. Under the manage, then click the compute. Okay. Once you click the compute, then you have 4 options, right? I hope that you all are in this page, right? I hope that you all are. Can anyone unmute and tell whether yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
okay, fine. So you have 4 options. One is called compute instances, other one is called compute clusters, then Kubernetes clusters, then attached computes. All these are required. For example, what is meant by cluster? Cluster, already I've told you, right? It's a generally, what is the meaning of the term cluster? Cluster is a group of something, right? So compute instance is nothing but for creating a single virtual machine. Okay, for our purpose today, this is enough. Compute clusters is nothing but when you are trying to create more than one virtual machine, when you require some parallel programming. Okay, parallel programming. For example, sometimes you will be dealing with a very large data set. What is a very large data set? A data set that is having, say, lakhs and lakhs of rows and say hundreds and hundreds of columns, something like this. It's a very large data. If there's a very large data, practically multiple persons are required for you to develop any particular model. So many people, I mean, it requires heavy systems, right? For that only, we will go for compute clusters and all. But for our purpose, this is enough. Make sure that you are selecting this compute instances. After that, just click this new. Okay, just click this new. I think that by default, it would have given a compute name here, if I'm not wrong. Am I right? It would have given a name, right?
Yes, sir.
For me, it has given us Rajan 1. For you, it would have given according to your the username, I think. If you want, you can change it, right? You can have the same name itself. If you want to change it also, you can change it, right? And below that, there are multiple options are there. Make sure that your virtual here, I told you, right? Instance is nothing but it's actually a virtual machine. Okay. We are creating a machine for you to run the machine learning model. Okay. So we have to, just like your first day activity, we have to tell, we have to tell the categories of the machine. Okay. Make sure that you are selecting CPU itself. That is enough. Okay. No need to select GPU.
So there is no compute name in my instance.
Then you can give your own name. If it is not there, you give your own name. It's your choice. You can give your choice. Then you have to select the virtual machine size. Okay. So if you just automatically, there is 2 options are there. One is select from recommended options, and second one is called select from all options. Okay. So automatically it will recommend the options. You make sure that you are not going into this, because here it will show, it will confuse you. There is a lot of options are available. Different types of machines are available, just like what you have done in your first day. Different size of machines, different cores, different categories of machines are available. But here it's enough that we are selecting from the recommended options itself. All right. So under this, for me, it is showing 4. For you also, I think it should show 4.
Yes.
Yes.
It is showing
so
4.
Yes, sir.
it is showing 4.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, as it is a machine, as it is a Azure service, it incurs cost. Okay, you might be knowing each and everything it incurs cost, right? So depending upon the machine that you're choosing, it is showing the cost that we have to pay per hour for using this particular machine, right? For 1 hour, it is, for example, if I choose this, it is $0.15 per hour. If I choose the second machine, it is $0.23 per hour. This is 0.29 and this is 0.17. What is the least actually? Here it is 0.15. So make sure that you're choosing this memory optimized category 1. Okay, it is having 2 cores, 14 GB of RAM, 28 GB of storage. For our today's purpose, this is more than enough. Okay, so make sure that you're choosing this. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I hope that it is clear, right? I will mention here, choose the memory optimized machine from the recommended options. Okay, right. Then click next. By default, don't change it. Enable idle shutdown for 60 minutes. Sometimes we'll be working in this machine learning process. So what we'll do is we'll go for some other purpose, right? So you have already seen that it is incurring cost otherwise. Okay, if your system is more than, I mean, if it is idle, you're not doing anything for more than 60 minutes, automatically it will shut down. Okay, so if it is shutting down, it is for the cost cutting purpose, automatically it will save the cost. Okay, so make sure that your by default it will be enabled. Don't change it. If you disable this now, unnecessarily we'll be losing our cost. Okay, even though you're not doing any activity in your machine, it will consider that you're performing some activity and it will incur some cost. So let it be enabled. Okay. So next security, don't change anything here. I'm not going to explain this in detail because we don't have time. No need to change any option. Don't change any option that is available. Keep everything as this. Give next, next, next. No need to give tags also. And finally, create this. Just click this, create. I've not done any change. Only thing is I've chosen only that memory optimized category alone. Okay. So it is now creating. It will take some time. It could take some 1 or 2 minutes time. I hope that you people are also doing it right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I hope that you're creating.
Yes.
Okay. So these 2 things are mandatory. The first step is you have to create a workspace. Second thing is you have to create a this compute instance. Both these things are required for you to perform this machine learning experiments. Right? Okay, it is running, it is creating.
Sir, my creation is failed.
Exactly, sir.
What is what it says, ma'am?
Operation results is exceeding subscription quota limits of standard DSP2.
Yes, Natashan, can I?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, this is why I told you to choose different region. If your workspace in a particular region, that region will have a quota. So the computing quota is exceeding. Okay. So in that case, what you have to do, you have to create a new workspace with a different region and try again. Okay.
Sir,
That's why saying
this
when you're
has to be
choosing
deleted.
that is okay. Don't worry about it. Since your computing instance is not created, it won't incur any cost. So what you can do, you can create a new workspace, choose a different region. That's why I said
Okay,
diverse
sir.
region you have to choose. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope that you can understand, ma'am. For every subscription, for every region, there will be some quota. Okay, only this much of resources are allowed. Okay, so once that is getting over, other people will be getting errors. So that is why every time we are telling you to select the different regions while trying to create every resource. So make sure that if it is failing, like Kelvin said, try to create a new workspace with a different region and then repeat the process. Okay, so now it has succeeded. How to know that? Just like in your data factory, here also you have the interface is more or less looking similar, right? Here you have a notification button is there at the top. There is a bell symbol. You just click that. Here it is saying that this provisioning is succeeded. Okay, this is successfully created. So once it is successfully created, it will show a notification as well as here it will come as it is running in green color. There will be a play button which will be in green color. So which means that now we are all set to start the experiment. Okay. So now where we are going to go now, here we have to click this designer under the authoring. I'll just mention here. This is the next step. Go to authoring in the left pane. Okay. And click the designer option under it. Okay. So you under that authoring, you have multiple things. You have to click this designer. Just click this. Okay. Have you done this? Is that over? Shall I proceed?
Yes. Sir, just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So once it is ready, once you have clicked that, so just like how we have created a pipeline in your data factory, so here also we are going to create a pipeline. So before I start that, can anyone tell those who are familiar with this machine learning and data science, what are all the different steps in your machine learning cycle? What are all the different steps? Right from collecting the data.
First data collection, sir.
Yes, that is the
Sir.
first and foremost thing. What type of data it will be? It will be a raw data, right?
Yes, sir.
It will be raw data in the sense it could be a structured
It may be
data.
from different resources.
Yes, exactly. It may be from different resources. It may be a structured data, unstructured data. It could be a labeled data, unlabeled data. It could be of any form. So that is data collection. That is the first and foremost step. Okay, fine. What is the next step?
Data preparation.
Yes, data preparation or data pre-processing. What do you mean by
Data
preparation?
pre-processing.
Yes. What do you mean by data pre-processing?
Since they are collected from different sources, they are in different formats, sir.
Yes. So what?
So we have to
in
bring to the
simple
same
words,
format, and we have
yes.
to deal with the missing values and duplicate values.
Yeah. In simple words, you can say the data that you have collected, it may be improper data, but the data that should go for your model, it should be a proper data. Is it not? It should not be improper data. For modeling the data, for modeling your experiment, for performing a model, the input that you're feeding for the model, it should be a proper data. Okay. So the improper data, I have to convert into a proper data. So this is called a data pre-processing. Okay. Can anyone tell me what are all the different steps that are required in your data pre-processing? Different steps in your data pre-processing.
Data
Editing
cleaning,
the data and arranging it accordingly.
or data
Yes.
scaling, data selection, data extraction.
Exactly. So many things are there. Data scaling is there, data cleaning. What is maybe data cleaning? For example, your data will have, it could have multiple missing values.
There could be a null value also.
Yes.
So,
Null values, it could have missing values, it could have wrong
missing
entries.
values, wrong values,
So
duplicate
many things.
values.
Duplicate values will be there, and there will be
With
some
the use
outliers.
of with the use of mean, median, variation,
Exactly.
we can delete
Yeah.
it.
Exactly. So all this different types of data cleaning is required. Okay. So you can just say the data pre-processing step. And actually, if you are going to perform the same experiments in your Python, there is a very, very important step that is called EDA process. You might have heard of that, right? EDA stands for
Yes, sir.
exploratory
Yes,
data analysis.
Data
Exploratory
analysis.
data analysis.
Exploratory data
So from the
analysis.
name itself, we can understand we are going to analyze the data, or we are going to explore the data. That's why the name is given as exploratory data analysis. Okay, we are going to explore the data by use of some kind of a visuals also. It could be a univariate analysis, or it could be bivariate analysis, or it could be multivariate analysis. Univariate analysis in the sense I'm going to consider only one variable at a time, and I'm trying to understand what is that variable, what is the frequency of that variable. For example, like we have something like a histogram is nothing but your frequency plot, right? Every value in that particular column, how many times it is repeated. Such a type of a graph that is called a histogram. Nevertheless, I'm going to take only single variable, right? So it is called as a univariate analysis. Then you have something called bivariate analysis. Bivariate is like I'll be having two variables. I'll be taking one variable in X and I'll be taking another variable in Y. So how there is a relation between this variable in X and this variable in Y? Is there any relation between X and Y? Okay, like that we will try to understand. Okay, so why we are doing all these things? We will try to understand what is the relationship that is existing between the different variables that is available in your data set. Why we are doing all these things? We are trying to understand what is that we are actually having. Is it not? This is very, very important because modeling is a very simple process. Modeling is very simple. You have to prepare your data for the model. That is a very important thing. That will take more amount of time. Okay, it's just like you're cooking for a very large set of audience, like cooking for a marriage. So what will take more time? The more time will be taken only for cutting the vegetables, for getting ready to cook. Okay, preparing the materials that are required for you to make the cooking process. That will take more time. So this data pre-processing step, no, until this point only, it will consume 80% of your machine learning cycle. So once you have cut all the vegetables, everything, then cooking is very simple, right? You can finish it very fast. Similarly, the modeling is very fast. Once the data is very, you have prepared the data, then the modeling part, correspondingly, it will take less time. Okay, so then comes your data modeling. Okay, then comes your data modeling. Right, and finally, I told you, right, the same data set I'm going to give for different persons, and I have to decide what is the best model. So in general, okay, if you're performing, if you're developing a model for your data set, there are some parameters for you to say whether the model that you have developed is a good model or not. Okay, so this is called model parameters. Okay, model parameters. So I have to identify whether my model is performing well or not. If it is not performing well, then I have to change the model, or I have to change the steps in the pre-processing. Any one thing I have to do it. Right. And finally, I have to evaluate the model. Right, evaluate the model. And finally, after this, I will be giving the recommendation from the model. I'll be giving the business recommendation from the model. So these are the different steps in a machine learning cycle, right? And in this model also, before even going for model, you might be knowing that there is something called as a train test split of your data. You know that what is going to be train test split actually?
Yes, sir. The data set is 70%, otherwise 75% is taken as for training and
Yes.
remaining is for testing.
Exactly. So we have the past data, right? So the past data we are going to split into two as training data set and testing data set. So training data set is what I'm going to give for my modeling purpose for you to train the model. Okay. Testing is after the model is developed, I'll be holding that testing data set. After the model is developed, I'll be passing that from the results of the model, I'll be passing this test data set and that is required for you to evaluate the model. Okay, so all these different steps in your machine learning cycle, it is in the form of a sequence or it is in the form of a pipeline. So that is what we are going to create in your these steps. Instead of doing this, all these steps in your Python coding, we are going to create this in your this machine learning studio using a pipeline. So I hope that you are here after in this design. Once again, I'll repeat in this ordering. In that,
Sir,
the third option.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, after compute instances,
Yes, ma'am.
actually I have created, it is in the state running. Is it correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It will take some time. Once after it is completed, no, here you'll be getting a notification that it has succeeded. Okay, the
After that
compute is
only I
succeeded.
can able to follow the steps.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, actually you can create the pipeline, but for you to run that, it requires a instance actually. I'll explain it after that. Now you can follow along with me. So just go here, just click this, create a new pipeline. Okay, so once you click this, have you clicked here? I hope that you are getting a window, something like this, right? You're getting a window, something like this. If you're not able to, some people, it could be looking like this, right? If it is looking like this, make sure that you're clicking this icon wherein you're having this this 2 greater than symbol. Just click here. Are you getting this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll mention here. Yeah. Create a new pipeline. Okay. Right. Now, when you come here, so two things are there. Either we can load our data, our own personal data into this environment. Okay. Or otherwise, now I'm not going to do that. Or otherwise, by default, it's for the practice purpose. No, that this ML Studio itself, they are having some sample data. Okay, if you just go here, there is two tabs are there. One is data, other one is called as component. If we just go to the second one called component here, if you just go to the second one called component, actually you should be in this asset library. If you just go here, there are different options. Under this asset library, you will have two tabs under this. In that, the second tab called component. Okay, just select this sample data. Okay, just expand this. So for today's purpose, we are going to use this second one.
Sir, zoom a little bit, sir.
Yes, ma'am. How to zoom it? Is it okay, ma'am? Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But if I zoom it, for me, it is fine. I'm finding it difficult, ma'am. Okay.
Previous preview was also okay, sir. No issues.
It's not going back to the original size. Yeah.
That is fine.
Okay. No, here, no, I'll just go to 100%. Yeah. So what if it's just drag and drop? It's very simple. This is the space wherein we are going to create that pipeline. I hope that you know what is meant by pipeline, right? Pipeline is just like a flow chart, something like that. Okay, step-by-step process. Can you understand this? So what you have to do is the first step, please note on this. select automobile price data, this one within bracket draw from sample data. Okay. So you have to select, just click here, drag and drop it there. Were you able to do that?
Yeah, Nadesh, I have one suggestion. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Without typing in Notepad, no, you can directly go. This is followable actually, right? So you can save time.
Pardon?
So here, yeah, here only you can repeat the steps. No need to type it and share. If needed, we will share it later. Steps.
Okay. So if I'm, is that okay for all? I'll do one thing. I'll just perform the steps alone. Just listen carefully, and I'll complete this notepad after this our class is getting over, and then we'll share it with you because it is consuming more time. It's consuming some more time. Right? Is that okay for all?
Yes.
Yes. So just follow. Just follow along with me. I'll make sure that I'm writing the steps in a very clear and understanding manner, and then we will share it with you. Right? So this is step number 1. So just drag and put it there. Okay. So once after putting here, so what you can do is you just right click, just keep your icon within this. Okay. Right click here, and then you can go to this preview data. Okay. So this is, are you getting this? I hope that you are getting this, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is the data that we are going to use for this machine learning purpose. Okay, so this particular data set, it is having, you can just see here 205 number of rows, and it is having 26 columns. Okay, I'm not going to tell that in detail what are all the columns because it will take more time. Just go to the right extreme. You have a column that is called price. Okay. You have a column that is called price, and one very important thing, please now itself note down what is the name of the column, how it is mentioned. Here it is mentioned as price, and all the letters are in small letter. Note down now itself. Okay, I'll tell you why that is required, because in a later step we have to mention in a place what is our target variable. We have to enter manually. We have to enter the column manually and make sure that we are not giving a different name. Remember that it is case sensitive. So price in small letter is different, in caps it is different. Even the first letter, it should not be a different. Okay, if you are giving capital P and remaining letters in smaller letter also, it will throw error. It will not accept. Okay.
We should note down the name, right, sir?
Yes. So it is price. It is price. All the letters are in small letter. Okay. So how to close this window? Just you can click this. There is this. If you go to the right extreme, there is this this arrow button. If you just click that, it will close that. Okay. Now the first step is over. Second thing is, so this is the first step in your data cycle, right?
Excuse me, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can you repeat this step? Actually, I have lost my connection. That's why. This one, once we enter.
Nothing, sir. Actually, you are in which step, sir? Actually, have you entered into designer and?
Yeah.
Have you? Yeah, you are in this pipeline, right? Just go to the sample data.
Inside the component. Okay.
Yes, yeah. In the component, there is something called sample data. In that, choose the second one, automobile price data. Okay. Drag and put it there. That's it.
Okay.
Just click, drag and put it there. That's it. So second thing, so this is the first step in our data cycle. We have got the data that is required for you to develop the model. Data is now ready, right? Next step is we have to clean the data, right? So there is something called clean missing data. So it will be very difficult for you to manually find it. So for that, you can see a search tab here, right? There is a box here wherein you can type anything. Okay. So go here, just type as, okay. Before that, we have to select some particular columns alone. Okay. For that, we just type this select. Okay, select space columns. So if you just see here, there is a block called as select columns in dataset. Are you seeing this? I hope that you are seeing this, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just drag and put it here. The moment I put the previous thing, okay, under this rectangle shape, you have a small circle here, right? This is called as a node. Okay, so this particular block is having a single node, and here it says is data output. Now, when I put it here, when I dragged and put this select columns in data set, you can see there is a red color icon here, right? There is a red color icon here. I hope that you're able to see that, right? So when I drag the mouse there, here it says a value is required. Okay, which means something is required that I have not given. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to connect this and this. So what I have to do here is when you have to start from this button. Okay, from this circle, just click there. You'll be getting some arrow like thing. Drag and connect this. Okay, drag and connect this, and after still that has not gone. Okay, so what is this actually? This particular piece of this particular component here, it is going to tell me like which particular columns alone I need to select from now on. Okay, if you feel that I have to use the entire columns in my data set for the further process, then no need of this actually. Okay, so now what I have to do is just double click here. Okay, just double click here. Are you getting this actually? Are you getting this window?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you'll be getting this window. So just go to this edit column. The first one, there is this button called edit column. Okay, just click here. Once you click here, there is this option of selecting the columns that are required for your data set. Okay, so this like either you can go by rules or you can go by names. So what I'll do is I'll go by name, means you have to manually enter the name one by one. So by default, it will be select with rules. Okay, so
please repeat this step.
okay, I'll go by name. Pardon me. Repeat the steps.
Yes, sir. This the current one.
Actually, till this step have you done, ma'am? You've dragged
Yes,
and
sir.
put
Yes,
this.
yes.
Nothing, ma'am. Just double click this. That's it, ma'am. Just double click this. Yeah, inside this. That's it. If you just double click, you'll be getting this. Go to edit column. So what I'll do is, okay, I'll go by name itself. So once I select the name, it will show all the columns in that original data set. Why it is showing? Because I've already connected actually. I've already given that connection between the first block and the second block. Only then it will show all the columns. Okay. Now, what all columns that are required, you can choose. For example, I'll choose this, everything apart from. Let's say that I don't want this engine location. For example, I'm not choosing this particular column alone. Okay. So whichever columns that you want, you can choose. Other than that, I'm choosing everything.
Notation, you can click add all and you can remove which one you don't want.
Okay, add all. Yeah, I'll remove this engine location. I don't want this because I personally feel that this engine location is not going to impact my target variable. Now, what is my target variable? Price. Okay. Now I feel that my it might be true or it might be false also. I feel that in my understanding of the problem, I feel that the location of the engine is no way it is going to have a connection with my price of the automobile. Why price of the automobile? Because that is my target variable. Okay. So I'm giving save. Okay, that's it. You don't change anything else. Don't change anything else. Close this. can I just see that what is the difference? Until now, there was one red color thing was there. Red color danger symbol was there, meaning that a value is required that we have not given. Now that has gone actually, which means I've given the logic that is required for you to perform the activity for this particular component. This particular
Engine
component
size
is,
we need to remove, no sir? Engine size.
yeah, that I have done, sir. It's your choice. If you feel that any particular column is not required, you can remove that. Basically, this block is selecting specific columns from the original data set. That's it.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, if I'm
Yes, ma'am.
double clicking it, it is showing select column in data set.
That's what, ma'am. That's what I did. Yeah.
Where I have to, there is no name or something like that.
You would not have
Node name.
connected. You would not have connected. Make sure that this connection is there, ma'am.
Yes, sir, there is a connection, sir. I have connected.
Okay, now what's the problem, ma'am? What
Ma'am,
is the
at the
problem?
right end, there is edit column. You have to click
If
the
you
edit
double
column.
click here, yeah, if you go to the right extreme, ma'am, there is something called edit column. You have to click this, ma'am.
Edit node only it's showing, sir.
It should be there, ma'am. I'm not very sure.
Okay, thank you, sir. No problem.
If it's not there, you just take a screenshot and put it. Helvin, if possible, try to see what is there.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the second step. So, okay. Now, next thing is we are going to clean the missing data. For this, no. Once again, come here. Select this clean. Okay, just type it as clean alone. You have something called clean missing data. Are you getting this? If you just
sir.
Yeah, drag and put this here. Clean the missing data. Drag and put this here. Okay. So in the top, you'll be having the input nodes. In the bottom, you'll be having the output nodes. Okay. So here it requires some data set, right? So what I'll do is I'll just connect this to this. Okay. Now, once again, it is showing this red color arrow. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Natasha, go on.
Yes. Yeah. So the same procedure, once again, which means what if you just drag the mouse here, again, it is saying a value is required. Whenever you are seeing this red color triangle like danger symbol, it means that you have not passed some information that is required for this particular component. Okay. So just double click here. Again, here, if you go here, it says columns to be cleaned. Okay, what columns to be cleaned? Okay, just click this edit column. So here in this case, I'll choose all the columns. I want all the columns to be cleaned. Okay. It's not showing. Okay, there is something called all columns, right? In this drop down list, there is something called all columns. Just choose all columns, give save. So what I'm telling, I'm going to choose all the columns. Now, how many columns are there? If you just remember, my original data set had 26 columns. In that, I have chosen 25 columns in the previous block. So I've chosen here, I'm telling choose all the 25 columns in the data set. And let it be 0 to 1. Can you just tell me what is missing value ratio? What is missing value ratio? Any understanding? What is missing value? For example, like if you have 10 rows in your data set, if you have 2 rows missing in a particular column, 2 rows are having missing values. Okay, so for that particular column, the missing value ratio, it will be 2 by 10. It will be 0.2. It will be 0.2. So like this, for every column, there will be some missing ratio. So what is the maximum? It is a ratio, right? It is a ratio. So it is going to be a value between 0 to 1. Okay, so when it will be 0, when all the rows are having some values, there is no row with missing value, then the missing value ratio, it will be 0. What will be the maximum value? If a particular column is having all missing values, all the rows is missing values, then it is going to be 1. This also, if you want to change, you can change. Sometimes we feel that missing, let me not treat all the missing values. Okay. Say 20% of missing ratio is allowed. If that is the case, no, you can have the maximum values. Instead of 1, you can have it as 0.8. So what it will do is, if it will treat only the missing, it will treat only the columns which is having missing value ratio between 0 to 0.8. Are you able to understand what I'm saying? Okay, so that you can customize, but now I'm not changing anything. You don't change anything else when you have time, because we are running out of, it's already 1, we are running out of time. So when you have time, just go and try to explore what are all the different options available. As of now, don't change anything. Just one thing alone I have done. Go to edit column, choose all columns, that's it. And then close this. One important thing. Okay. Okay. One important thing. We have to say what is the cleaning mode. Okay, what is the cleaning mode? Okay. So here, if you just click here, don't close that. Actually, I forgot to tell. This is a very important step. Just select here how you are going to clean that. Okay, there are different options are available. Either you can replace with mean or median or mode, or even we can remove that entire row. If it is a particular row is having any missing value, then you can remove that entire row. Or you can even remove the entire column. These options are already available. Now what you have to choose is, don't choose any other option, just select replace with mode. Why? Because my data set, it is having columns both with numbers as well as with characters. Okay, what is meant by mean and median? You know that mean is nothing but your average, right? Average. For which particular column it is possible, if there is a column with numbers only, you can calculate mean. And if there is a column with numbers only, you can calculate median. Are you able to understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
If you have a column with numbers only, I'll be able to calculate the mean. What is median? Median is nothing but the middle value. If you have a column with random numbers, and if I am going to arrange that numbers in ascending order, the middle value is your median. Okay, these operations are possible only if you have a column with numbers. But here I have chosen all columns, right? So there are some columns with numbers, there are some columns with characters also. So for that, I'm choosing this option called replace with mode. Make sure that you're not choosing any other option apart from this. Okay, so what is mode? Mode is nothing but your frequently
Value
happening
which
value.
occurs more time.
Exactly. Value that occurs for multiple times or frequently occurring value. So this is common for both the columns. Okay, it could be a number column or it could be a column with any other input. It will just find which particular input is repeated for multiple times. So mode is applicable for any particular column, but mean or median is applicable only for columns that are having only numbers. Okay, so make sure that you're choosing this. If you are choosing some other option, it will throw error. Okay, so only two things I've done. Here I've chosen all columns. I have not changed this. Here I have chosen this replace with mode. Close this. Right? Are you done until this? Now you can see that that red color danger symbol has gone. Are you all done until this part?
Sir, can you repeat from that? Just quick recap from the select column option. I missed some points.
So select columns is nothing but specifically for selecting the columns from the original data set. So just double click here. Double click here. Go to edit column. It's self-explanatory, so you can easily understand. So
No,
what
actually,
I have done is
we have to save this value, whatever we have
yes,
taken.
yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, then after okay.
That's it, sir. After that, I've chosen this clean missing data. That's it.
Okay, then clean. Okay.
Yes, that's it. Okay, so third step is over. Next one is, so now that it's like pre-processing steps for your modeling steps are over actually. With this 3 block itself, with this 3 components itself. Okay, this step is over. Okay. So next thing is, actually, this is very basic example that we are telling. You can ask how the entire pre-processing is getting over with these 2 blocks alone. For this example that we are discussing today, I'm just considering only this two. If you have to do it in a very detailed way, you can just explore multiple options are there, and then you can choose some other corresponding component, and then you can do it. Okay, extensive data pre-processing, if you have to try, you can try it. But as of now, we are just trying with this two components alone. So next one is we are going to start the modeling. So as we have already discussed, for the modeling, the first and foremost thing is splitting the data. So just search split. Okay, here there is something called split data. Okay, are you getting the split data? Just drag and put it here. Just drag and put it here. Are you done with this?
What are the parameters for clean missing data?
Which parameters, ma'am? This one.
You just saved some parameters for clean missing data in the column.
Just two things, ma'am. Here I've selected all columns, and in the cleaning mode, I've given replace with mode. That's it. I've not changed anything else.
Replace
all
with
other
mode.
things are yes. All other things, let it remain the same. That's it, ma'am. And here, after placing it, you have to give this the final output from the pre-processing step, right? So you have to tell which particular data set is required for you to make the split. So this should come from cleaned data set. Make sure that it is not coming from here. I don't know what it is. So let us not consider that. So here, if you just drag the mouse there, it is showing us cleaned data set. Okay, so this node is containing the data set. This node requires the data set. So there should be a connection from here to here. Is that clear? Are you done until here?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now again, double click here. So by default, it will be 0.5. So what it will do? 50% of the row, it will be converting into one data set, and 50% of the rows, it will be considering in second data set. Here, it will not say it is trained data and test data. So we will assume that it will actually, what this block will do is it will split the data into two data sets. That's it. Okay. So in 50%. No, but by default, for trained data, we'll have 70-30 split, right? So I'll change that from 0.5 to 0.7. From 0.5 to 0.7, you can change. I hope that you know what is going to be a randomized split, right? Randomized split, if you just click here, what it will do is, if it is true, no, it will randomly select the rows for doing the split. If it is false, means it will take the first 70% of the rows. If it is false, okay, let it be true. I'm not going to change that. Don't change any other settings. Just 0.5 by default it was there. I've changed that 0.5 to 0.7. If you want, you can even have 0.8 also. Or if you're satisfied with 0.5, you can have 0.5 itself. Okay, but I suggest to have as 0.7 because it's a rule of thumb that always trained data will have 70% of the data and test data it will have 30%. So I can have it as 0.7. So I'll close this, right? So next one. So what is the target variable here? Target variable is price. And what is the category of that? It is a continuous variable, right? So if it is a continuous variable, I've already told what is the model that we have to consider. It is going to be a regression model, right? It's going to be a regression, and that also it is going to be linear regression. So what I'll do is I'm going to choose the corresponding model. Okay. So if you just type it as a regression, the first and foremost block that you're getting is linear regression. Okay. So drag and put it here, or you can have it somewhat side here. This will be better. Why? Because if you just see here, this block is not having any input node. Can you just observe here? What is input node? If some bubble is there in the top of this component, no, it is called as an input node. If some bubble is there in the bottom, no, it is called as an output node. You can imagine something like this. There is nothing in the top, right? So which means that it does not require any particular input from anywhere. All it can, this block, all it will do is it will perform the steps that are required for the linear regression, for the linear regression model alone. Okay. So there is a block called, so just take this block, place it here. That's it. Don't do anything. No need to change anything. Take this block, drag and keep it in the side. Okay. So next one, there is a block called train model. Just type it as train. Okay, if you just type as train model, you are getting something like train model. Are you getting this? Just drag and put it here. Drag and put it here. So this is the common block that is required for any type of model. For any, if you whether it's going to be linear regression or logistic regression or random forest, or you're going to perform any model in this pipeline, you need a component that is called this train model. I hope that you're following with me, right? Any doubt until here? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
I'll proceed here. Now this particular component is having two nodes here, right? One node is called untrained model. Other node is called data set. Okay, first you have to give two inputs for this particular component or for this particular block. One thing is you have to tell what is the model, and then you have to tell what is the train data. Here you have to pass the train data. Okay, so
Excuse me,
where
sir.
you'll, yes, sir.
Sir, actually, I missed that parameter. What parameter you've selected for split data?
Split data is just type it as split data, so that's it.
No parameter should be selected for that.
No, you just double click here. I've just
Okay.
changed this 0.5 to 0.7. That's it. By default, it will be 0.5.
Okay. Okay.
The fraction of rows. Here I've selected as 0.7. That's it, sir.
Okay.
No other change.
Thank you.
No other
Thank
change. That's. Now here in the untrained model, first this you can just see here. It says it's untrained model. So from where it will be coming? It will be coming from this linear regression. You connect this first node. Okay. So this should be the data set that is required for you to train the model. So that is a trained data set. Now in the split data at the bottom, in the output node, you are having two bubbles, right? One says as result data set 1, other says as results data set 2. You can just imagine something like this. This is your trained data. This is your test data. Okay, so this requires your trained data. So connect this to this. Okay, still something is missing. Okay, we just see what is that. I'll just double click here. Now, this is why I told you to note down the, if you remember at the beginning, I told you to note down the name of the target variable, right? What it is actually, it is price. Now, for my model, I have told that, okay, the model that is required for this experiment is going to be linear regression. And I have given the input data set as well. But still, I have not told what is my target variable. That is why it is showing this red arrow. As usual, when I drag the mouse there, it is saying a value is required. Now, when I double click this, you have to go here, edit column. Okay, click this edit column. Here you have to give, you can see here, input a single column name. You should not give multiple column names. You should give only a single column name. You have to manually type it. No other option. Okay, just click here. When you click that, my cursor will start to blink. You can type what is the name of the target column here. Price, right? All in small letter. All in small letter, right? Are you following with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, make sure that you are typing price. Make sure that you are not giving any other spelling. You should not give in capital letter. You should not change any particular letter also. Even it should not be capital P followed by small letters. It should be exactly matching with the same. Otherwise, it will throw error. Okay. Now you have to give price. Still that save button is disabled, right? So just click enter. That's it. When you press enter, this save button will be enabled. Okay, just give this save. Is that clear?
Yes.
That's it. That's the only change. That's the only change. Then close this. Now we have given all the inputs that are required for this particular
Can
component.
we add more than one output here, or single output has to be?
No, it's not possible, sir. Target variable is always a single column.
Okay, sir.
So only one, because if you are going to give more than one, the logic itself is wrong. Any machine learning model, no, it will have only a single target variable. It's not possible to predict more than single column.
Say
at
if
a
I'm
time.
developing a neural network model, there I can have more than one output, or there again I have to go for a single output.
I'm not sure with that, sir. Kelvin, any idea about that neural network model?
There we can have multiple, but in this context we can have only one.
Yeah, but sir, if any particular model, if it allows to predict more than one particular column, no, then automatically you
It
will be
comes under
allowed to
classification.
select. No, classification also, the target variable, it will be a binary classification variable, ma'am. But
Categorical.
nevertheless, it will be a categorical variable, but the number of column will be only one. Doesn't mean that you'll be having more than one column as the target variable. Target variable is always going to be a single variable only. It's going to be a single column. That's it. Now this step, now everything is over. It requires 3 inputs. One thing is you have to say what is the model. You have to tell what is the data set that is required for it to develop the model, and then you have to tell what is the target variable. Everything is over, right? That's why it's not showing that danger symbol. That's it. It's gone. Now that's it.
Excuse me, sir. Just
Yes,
just one question. How it is splitting data from inside? Whether we have already mentioned in that automobile, whatever data we want to train and want to test, whether it knows before, then only can make this connection for accurate
yes, sir.
predictions.
Yes, sir. Actually, here, no.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
data, this block is for generally it is present for the purpose of splitting the data. Now
Okay.
here we have given this input, right? So it will understand the moment you are connecting this, it will understand that, okay, whatever the data that is coming as the input to this block, it needs to be splitted. That it will understand. Then
Okay,
here I am
so
specifically mentioning that have the first split as 0.7, which means that consider 70% of the rows in the first data set. That's it.
okay, that is for actually that is for training purpose, 70%.
That is for training purpose. Yeah.
Acha,
Now in the
acha.
second
30%
thing
will be
is
for
that,
testing.
yeah,
Okay.
this will have 30% of the data. Now
Okay.
I'll show the preview also after we are running this. Still we have not
Okay, sir.
completed.
Thank you.
After running this, I'll show that actually. Now,
Okay, thank you, sir.
yeah, because already we are running today. I think it could take a little more time. I'll try to finish fast. Then there is something till here. The modeling part is over. Next, we have to. There is something called a score model. Okay, just search score model for evaluating the model. No, there is 2 blocks are there. One is called a score model. Just drag and put it here. Drag and put it here. Now here, in this case, for the scored model, no, I'll put this trained model. Okay, you can just the first input will be coming from the trained model. The output of this trained model will go to the score model. This data set here, it will be coming from the test data, not from the trained data. Here you can put it here. Okay. But if you just click this, if you just drag the mouse here, there is a window here, right? Parameters. If I just click the, so far I was not telling about this. If you just drag the mouse here, there is a small icon pops that says as parameter. If I just click that, it will explain what is that particular component. Here it says append score columns to the output. What it will do is it will not show any parameters for your model. Instead, it will show only it will have some one more column. Okay, already you have a target column, right, in the past data. Now that y cap, if you remember, I told you that y cap, right? That y cap is the predicted value that will be coming from the model. So for every corresponding row, there will be a predicted value that can be considered as a column, right? So in this step, no, it will give a data set along with the predicted output. You will have one more column. That's it. You will have the original data set along with the one more column of the target variable that is coming from the model. I hope that you can understand. Right. Now, the last step is there. Here, no need to change anything. The last step, there is something called evaluate model. Evaluate model. So if you just type here evaluate model, you will be getting a component like this, evaluate model. Just drag and put it here. Drag and put it here. So here, that's it. You have to just connect this code data set. That's all. Okay, so once again, this particular model, it will give you the evaluation results. Okay, I'm not going to explain that in. Okay, when I'm running that, I'll explain that. Just a minute. No, that's it. My pipeline is ready. I hope that you have created the pipeline, all of you, right? Make sure that there is no that red color symbol in any of the block. Have you all created this pipeline?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes. Now you can close this. Now you can close this window. Close in the sense like just click this. Click this icon. Okay, so that it will be somewhat bigger. Now, can you just see at the top there is something called configure and submit. Right? You can see here, right? Configure and submit. So just click this. If you just click this, you have to give some basic information for setting up this pipeline. This is the pipeline job. I have to give some information. So this is basically, this will be considered as an experiment. So what you can do is you can give an experiment name. So since it's a new experiment, don't choose select existing. Go to the second option, create new. You can give a name for this experiment. Since it's a regression experiment, I'm giving a name as regression experiment, EXP, something like this. Okay. So pipeline also you can customize and then you can give a name for the pipeline also. Then give next actually. Just give a name. Go to create new. Give a name to this experiment alone. Then go to next. Don't change anything here. Go to next. In the runtime settings, this is very important. This is very, very important. Make sure by default it will be compute cluster. Okay, but what you have to select in this drop down list, click here. Make sure that you are selecting this compute instance. I'll repeat again. In the third option, in the runtime settings, you have to select compute instance. It will be in compute cluster. Make sure that you are selecting compute instance. Okay. And then here, you have to select the corresponding instance that you have created. It should be showing here. For example, the instance that I have created is Entraginon. It will be showing us running. I have to select this.
So can you
select this.
please repeat from after the basics tab? Can you please repeat?
Yes, ma'am. Now, when you click that thing, like you'll be coming here. You have to select this create new, give a name for this, your experiment name. Okay. And no need to change anything in this inputs and outputs. And in the third one, when you are clicking next, you'll be getting this runtime settings. So here in the select compute type, by default, it will be compute cluster. Make sure that you're choosing this compute instance. The moment you choose the compute instance, in this second drop down list, it will be showing the instance that is available with you. Okay. So it will be showing that the instance that you have created and it will be showing us running. Select that. That's it now. Give next. Then give submit. That's it. Now your pipeline job has been submitted. You can just see there is a message here. It says pipeline job has submitted. Now you can go here, go to the notification. It will take, definitely it will take some time.
Yeah, it will take a lot of time, Natashan. Actually, it will show one by one component running. No.
Yes. How you can go here is you can go to this jobs. If you go to this asserts, if you go to this jobs, can you just see this? If you go to this jobs, it will show the experiment that you have created. In this, you have to click this latest job is there, right? Pipeline created, the second blue color one. If you just click this, You can
Go
just
to
see
job,
it.
sir.
Yeah, you go to jobs, ma'am. We go to jobs. It will show the experiment name that you have created, and in the second option, it will show something called latest job. It will show the pipeline created. So just click that. If you just click that now, it will show that your pipeline, and it will show it is running actually. So block by block, it will run. Okay, it will take some time. Definitely, I think it will take around some 5 minutes of time. So you can just see here now your this particular block is running. You can see this animation. Can you just see this animation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I can see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I hope that it is running now. Meanwhile, I'll just explain that some of the I told you, right, there are some parameters for you to say whether your model is performing well or not. Okay, for this regression model, there are few things you'll be getting even after once this entire model is running successfully. I'll show you this actually. Like in the final block now, you'll be getting all these things. First one is called MAE. MAE stands for mean absolute error. Okay, it is nothing but actually this is the formula 1 by n. N stands for the total number of rows or total number of data points in your data set. Okay, it is the difference between your actual data. I've already told you, it's basically the error difference between your actual data point and the predicted target variable that is coming from the model yi minus y cap. Okay, so it is summation, right? So you have to add all the errors and then divide by the total number of data points. So that will give the mean absolute error in mean. And then second one is called root mean squared error. It's more or less similar. So what I'll do is instead of having this error alone, I'll be squaring that and then I'll be taking a root. So that's why it's called RMSE. RMSE stands for root mean squared error. So here it will be the penalization, it will be more than MAE. If you want, you can substitute any value and then you can check. Okay, for example, like you have 10, n is equal to 10, you have 10 data points, and then let's say that the summation of all the errors, it's going to be say 20. Okay, so in this case, MAE, what it will be? So it will be 20 by 10, it is going to be 2. Okay, but in this case, if I just check now, definitely the value will be more. So what you'll be getting 20 square. So it will be 400 by 10, right? So root of 40. So something definitely the value will be more than what you have got here. Okay, so this is root mean squared error. And then I'm not going to explain this. RSE stands for residual sum of squares. RE stands for relative absolute error. And finally, there is something called R squared. But here, this R squared, the formula is 1 minus RSE by TSS. TSS is nothing but total sum of squared. Okay, so here this R squared is actually called coefficient of determination. Now, one thing alone I'll tell, I'm not going to explain that in detail. Now for your this R squared is going to be for every linear regression model, you will be getting a value called R squared or something called as coefficient of determination. It is going to be a value between 0 to 1. Okay, the more the value of R squared, better will be the model. A rule of thumb that if your R squared value or the coefficient of determination value, if it is greater than 0.8, then your model is a best model. Okay, we'll just check whether we are getting that. Okay. Yeah, it is running.
That is
Yes.
Yeah, if it is completed, you can show. Then I think we can extend for 10 to 15 minutes, and you can also show that notebook part. I think.
Yeah. Notebook part also.
Yeah, once we'll confirm with Shashu then. Shashu then, are you there?
Yes, Elvin, I'm here. I'm fine, Elvin, if the participants are okay to extend for next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yes, another 5-10 minutes.
And we can. Yeah, we can push the AMA session to like little like 2:15 or to 3 o'clock, something like that. So that we'll get a closure to
I'll also, I'll put a message in the WhatsApp group saying like Q&A happen at 2:15.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hope that. Sorry. I hope that for me it has completed. For you also it would have completed. If you have followed my steps, there will not be any error. In case if you are getting any error, there will not be green color. You'll be getting something like in red color. If you're getting in red color, there is an option called as clone. The moment you click this clone, no, the exact replicate of this pipeline, you'll be getting another pipeline with the exact same thing. And whatever changes are required, you can do the necessary changes. For example, I told you, right, in your clean the missing data, I told you to select the option as mode. Instead of mode, if you have chosen as mean or median, it would have thrown error in this stage. Instead of this green color, I mean, instead of this green color, you would have got a red color and then it would have thrown error. Okay. So after cloning that, you can change the, again, the settings you can change and then you can check it. Now, I'll just show the last part alone. If you just go here, for example, here, I'll right click here in this score model. After running only, you'll be able to preview the data. Now it has run and it is showing in green color. I'll right click here. I'll go to the preview data. There is something called scored data set. If you just see here, there is 26 columns, right? When I was explaining itself, I told price. Where from this price is coming? This price. This is the actual. This is the inputs from the actual data set. Okay, so this is the inputs from the model. So this is nothing but your y. This is nothing but your y cap. Can you understand this? So this place you cannot see the values. So here, when I right click to the last block, that is this evaluate model. In this evaluate model, you just right click here, go to preview data and click this evaluation results. If you click this evaluation results, no, it is showing all these values. I was explaining you, right? MAE, RMSE, everything. It's showing what is MAE, what is RMSE of for this model, what is lattice error. These are not important, but come to the last one. This is called coefficient of determination. If you remember, I was explaining this, right? R squared. This is the most important metric for your regression model. Okay, if it is high, it means your model is a good model. I told you that it's a rule of thumb that if it is more than 0.8, it is a good model. Now we are getting 0.87. If in case you are not getting, if you're getting something like 0.6 or something, it means that your model is not proper. Then you can say two options are there. Either you can change the model. Instead of regression model, you can go for, there are multiple models are available. Instead of regression model, you can go for some other model, or otherwise you can change the pre-processing steps. Okay, I hope that it is clear. So this is one part. I hope that if you have done until here, you can take a screenshot and then you can share in the chat box. And I'll show the other one as well. This is the designer part. There is another part that is called as notebooks. You just click this notebooks. Under authoring, the first option that is called as the notebooks. Okay. Here notebooks, two options are there. Either directly here itself, we can create a notebook. Okay. I think. Yeah. If you just go here in the files, there is something called create new file. Okay. You can give a name for this. This is basically a Jupyter notebook file. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So in the last experiment that we just did, I'm getting error in runtime settings.
Just share the screenshot, ma'am. And Natasha, you continue.
Ma'am, we'll do one thing, ma'am. You share the screenshot.
I have chosen that compute instance, and then
you can share the screenshot. One thing, and one more thing, we are having that doubt clearing session is there, right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, 2:15.
We have
2:15.
Yeah, we'll have by 2:15, and there also you can join, and then you can bring your query, ma'am. We'll see to that. Now here, two things are there. One is we can create our own Jupyter coding file. I can give a name for this coding file, something like my name itself. Okay, and then I can give this create. The moment I give this create, I'll be getting this